Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The evening light filtered through the dust-streaked windows of the El Dorado Casino, casting long golden rays across a room that had once sparkled with the promise of fortune and fame. The grand chandelier that dominated the central hall hung with a fraction of its former glory, perhaps a third of its crystal pendants still intact, the rest having succumbed to time and neglect. Yet even in its diminished state, it cast prismatic patterns across worn carpets that had once welcomed the heeled shoes of New Reno's elite. Evelyn Ross stood at the entrance to what had once been the crown jewel of New Reno's entertainment scene, the Starlight Lounge. Her fingers traced the ornate doorframe, feeling the familiar curves of Art Deco styling that had defined this palace of pre-war excess. The touch brought memories flooding back, sharper than she expected after 15 years away. She could almost hear the orchestra, the laughter, the clinking of glasses filled with spirits that had grown increasingly rare as the decades passed after the bombs fell. The lounge itself remained remarkably preserved compared to much of the wasteland's architecture. Plush velvet booths lined the perimeter, their deep crimson faded to a softer rose in some places, but still inviting. The stage dominated the far wall, a crescent moon of polished wood that had witnessed hundreds of performances, including 76 starring Evelyn herself. The exact number remained fixed in her mind, a tally of nights when she had transformed from a cautious wasteland survivor into the silver siren of New Reno. "Didn't think I'd see you walk through that door again," came a voice from the shadows near the bar. Evelyn didn't startle. She'd sensed his presence the moment she entered. The familiar scent of aged whiskey and mentats that had always surrounded Maxwell Reed. As the former manager of the Starlight Lounge and her personal representative during her performing years, Max had once been the most influential man in her life. Now he emerged from the dimness, still wearing the formal suit that had been his uniform, though the fabric had worn thin at the elbows and the once crisp lines had softened with age. "Your message said it was important," Evelyn replied, her voice carrying the melodic quality that had once enchanted audiences nightly. She'd deliberately avoided the familiarity of using his name, establishing a distance that hadn't existed when they'd last spoken. "You mentioned something about a final curtain." Max gestured toward one of the booths, inviting her to sit. The gentlemanly flourish remained, though his movements had slowed with the passing years. He'd aged more visibly than she had expected, deep lines etching his once handsome face, hair now completely silver rather than the distinguished salt and pepper she remembered. "The El Dorado is changing hands," Max explained as they settled into the booth. "The Mordino family is selling to the Wrights. After 60 years of operation under the same banner, this place is getting a complete overhaul. 3 weeks from now, the Starlight Lounge will be gone, replaced by something with more contemporary appeal. whatever that means in this day and age. Evelyn absorbed this information, surprised by the twinge of loss she felt. She had left this life behind by choice, establishing a quiet existence in a small settlement south of New Reno where her past remained unknown. She had created a new identity as a music teacher, sharing her knowledge with children who had never known the world before the bombs, helping them find beauty in a harsh reality, that life felt more authentic than her years on stage ever had. "I'm sorry to hear that," she said finally, genuine despite her complicated relationship with the venue. "But I don't understand why you needed to see me about it. That chapter of my life closed a long time ago, Max." He leaned forward, the booth's dim lighting accentuating the earnestness in his eyes. "They're planning one final week of performances before the renovation, bringing back legends from throughout the El Dorado's history. A proper farewell to what this place meant to New Reno." He paused, his expression shifting to something more vulnerable than she had ever seen during their professional relationship. "I want you to headline the final night, one last performance from the Silver Siren." Evelyn felt her chest tighten at the suggestion. The mere thought of stepping back onto that stage brought a conflicting rush of emotions. Pride in what she had accomplished, shame at some of what it had cost her, and a fear that surprised her with its intensity. "I haven't performed in 15 years, she said, keeping her voice controlled. "That part of my life is over." "Is it?" Max challenged gently. "You were born for that stage, Evie. Nobody before or since has commanded a room the way you did. One final performance, a proper goodbye to the starlight and to that chapter of your life. Think of it as closure." Closure. The word hung between them, weighted with implication. Had she ever truly found closure when she slipped away from New Reno all those years ago? Or had she simply been running, leaving loose ends that still pulled at her, even now? "I need to think about it," she said finally, rising from the booth. "You always were good at making an offer sound irresistible, Max. Some things never change." His smile held a shadow of its former charm. 3 days, Evie. That's when I need to finalize the performance schedule. The room at the Spire Hotel is reserved in your name through the end of the week. Compliments of the house. For old time's sake." As Evelyn walked through the main casino floor toward the exit, she felt the eyes of the few afternoon gamblers following her. Even after all these years, something in her carriage must have retained the distinctive presence that had once made her the most recognized woman in New Reno. Or perhaps it was simply that she walked with purpose, rather than the desperate hope that characterized most patrons searching for fortune among the slot machines and card tables. Outside, New Reno's streets were transitioning from the relative quiet of afternoon to the pulsing energy of evening. Neon signs flickered to life along the main strip, their glow strengthening as the natural light faded. The city had changed in the years since she'd left. New establishments rising where others had fallen, power dynamics shifting between the families that controlled various territories, yet the essential character remained unchanged. A place of both opportunity and danger, where fortunes could be made or lost in a single night, and where the line between glamour and ruin was perpetually thin. The Spire Hotel stood a block away from the El Dorado, its distinctive architecture making it one of the few buildings in New Reno that had maintained its pre-war name and purpose without interruption. The lobby retained elements of its former luxury: marble floors, though cracked in places, a curved reception desk of dark wood, chandeliers with perhaps half their original bulbs functioning, but still providing warm illumination. The receptionist recognized Evelyn immediately, despite the years and her deliberate absence from public life. "Miss Ross, we've been expecting you. Your usual suite has been prepared." She slid a key across the polished surface of the desk. "Mr. Reed mentioned you might be staying with us for several days." Evelyn accepted the key with a polite smile, noting that it was indeed for the corner suite she had occupied during her performing years. Max had been thorough in his planning, creating an environment designed to immerse her in memories of her former life. The manipulation was transparent but effective. He had always understood the power of setting the proper scene. The suite greeted her with unexpected familiarity, the layout unchanged, though the furnishings had been replaced over the years. The large windows offered the same commanding view of New Reno's main thoroughfare, now illuminated by the multicolored glow of neon as evening settled fully over the city. Evelyn set down her modest travel bag and moved to the window, watching the flow of humanity below. Gamblers, performers, security personnel from various families, all moving with a distinctive energy that made New Reno unlike any other settlement in the wasteland. A soft knock at the door interrupted her contemplation. Upon opening it, she found a hotel attendant holding a garment bag. "Compliments of Mr. Reed," the young woman explained, offering the bag with careful reverence. "He said you would understand." Alone again, Evelyn unzipped the garment bag with hesitant fingers. The dress that emerged caught the room's light, shimmering with a subtle radiance that had somehow survived the decades since its creation. She recognized it immediately. The signature gown she had worn for her final performance. A masterpiece of silver sequins arranged in patterns reminiscent of cascading water. The designer had been one of the few true artists remaining in the post-war world, creating wearable works that defied the surrounding desolation. Seeing the dress again broke something loose inside her. A dam holding back memories she had carefully contained for 15 years. She sank onto the edge of the bed, the gown pooled beside her like liquid moonlight, and allowed herself to remember. She had come to New Reno at 19, one of countless wasteland wanderers seeking something beyond mere survival. With a voice trained by her mother, who had herself been a singer in the days before the bombs, Evelyn had secured an audition at the Starlight Lounge. Max had recognized her potential immediately, not just her vocal talent, but the indefinable presence that made audiences lean forward in their seats. Under his guidance, she had transformed from a promising vocalist into a full-fledged star. The Silver Siren, whose performances filled the lounge beyond capacity and whose name appeared on posters throughout the city. For 7 years she had lived the intoxicating life of New Reno royalty, with all the privilege and complication that entailed, navigating the politics between competing families, deflecting unwanted attention from powerful men, maintaining the pristine image that Max had carefully crafted, while the reality grew increasingly hollow. The end had come not in some dramatic confrontation or public scandal, but in a quiet moment of clarity. After a particularly acclaimed performance, she had returned to this very suite and found herself unable to recognize the woman in the mirror, someone whose every gesture and expression had been calculated for effect rather than emerging from authentic feeling. The next morning, she had packed a single bag and left without farewell, seeking something she couldn't yet name but knew she wouldn't find under the neon lights of New Reno. Now Max was asking her to return to that stage, to become the Silver Siren one final time. Was it possible to revisit that role without losing herself again? Could she find the closure he promised? Or would stepping back into that spotlight reopen wounds that had taken years to heal? Evelyn carefully returned the dress to its garment bag and prepared for sleep, though she doubted rest would come easily with her mind so unsettled. Tomorrow she would explore this new version of New Reno, seeking answers beyond the walls of the El Dorado and the influence of Maxwell Reed. Morning in New Reno arrived with surprising gentleness, sunlight filtering through the haze that perpetually hung over the city. From her hotel window, Evelyn watched the main strip transitioning from night to day. Cleanup crews hosing down sidewalks, maintenance workers repairing flickering neon, early risers making their way to whatever passed for honest work in a city built on indulgence. She dressed simply, practical wasteland attire rather than the more fashionable options she had once favored. Her intention today was observation rather than being observed, a reversal of the dynamic that had defined her years as a performer. After a light breakfast in the hotel's restaurant, where she deflected several instances of recognition with polite but firm brevity, she set out to reacquaint herself with the city she had once called home. Reno's central districts showed the selective preservation that characterized places where power and caps flowed freely. The main casinos and entertainment venues maintained their facades with meticulous care, creating islands of pre-war splendor amid the general decay of the surrounding block. Security personnel wearing the distinctive markers of whichever family controlled each establishment maintained visible presence, ensuring that the commerce of pleasure continued without disruptive influence. As Evelyn walked farther from the main strip, the careful maintenance gave way to more typical wasteland conditions. Buildings patched with scavenged materials, power connections jury-rigged between structures, citizens whose expressions showed the harder realities of life on the margins. This transition had always existed in New Reno, but she noticed that the boundary between prosperity and struggle seemed to have shifted, with the zone of affluence having contracted slightly since her departure. Near what had once been the city's arts district, Evelyn paused before a building whose faded marquee still announced the Velvet Curtain. This smaller venue had been her first performance space in New Reno, where she had built her reputation before being recruited to the more prestigious Starlight Lounge. Unlike the El Dorado, this establishment showed signs of having been closed for some time. Boards covering broken windows, posters for long-past shows still clinging to walls, exposed to weather. "It's been shut about 3 years now," came a voice from behind her. Evelyn turned to find a woman approximately her own age, though with the harder features of someone who had weathered life's challenges without the buffer of privilege. Something in her face triggered recognition, a ghost from the past, partially obscured by the passage of time. "Sophia?" Evelyn ventured, memories clicking into place. Sophia Blackwell. The woman's weathered face broke into a genuine smile. "Well, I'll be damned. The Silver Siren herself, back in New Reno after all these years." She gestured toward the abandoned venue. "Paying respects to where it all began." Sophia Blackwell had been Evelyn's most significant rival during her performing years. Where Evelyn had projected elegant sophistication, Sophia had embodied fiery passion. They had competed for bookings, audiences, and critical acclaim, a rivalry that Max had encouraged for its publicity value, though it had gradually evolved into genuine professional respect. "Something like that," Evelyn acknowledged. "I wasn't expecting to find it closed. What happened?" Sophia shrugged, the gesture conveying both resignation and the wisdom that comes from surviving disappointment. "The usual story. Smaller venues can't compete with the big casinos, especially when the families started consolidating their holdings. The Wright family bought the building about 5 years ago, operated it at a loss for a while, then shut it down when they acquired controlling interest in the Shark Club." She studied Evelyn with curious eyes. "Word travels fast in this town. Heard Max Reed is trying to coax you back for one last performance before the Starlight gets torn down." Evelyn sighed. unsurprised that the news had already circulated. "He made the offer yesterday. I haven't decided yet." "Walk with me," Sophia suggested, nodding toward a small cafe across the street. "I could use some coffee, and it sounds like you could use someone to talk to who isn't trying to sell you something." The cafe provided a pocket of relative tranquility amid New Reno's perpetual stimulation. Its clientele appeared to be primarily locals rather than tourists or gamblers, people who worked in the infrastructure that kept the city functioning beneath its glittering surface. Sophia led them to a corner table that offered some privacy while maintaining a view of the street. "Soon," she began after their coffee arrived, "the prodigal siren returns. 15 years is a long time to stay away. I always wondered what made you leave so suddenly." Evelyn wrapped her hands around the warm mug, appreciating its simple comfort. "It's complicated. I needed to find out who I was beyond the persona Max created. The silver siren was consuming Evelyn Ross, and I wasn't sure how much of me would be left if I stayed." Sophia nodded with unexpected understanding. "I get that more than you might think. We were different that way. You escaped, I adapted." She gestured toward her simple but well-maintained clothing. "I still perform, but on my terms now. I own a small music hall on the west side. Nothing fancy, but it's mine. No managers, no family entanglements. Just honest entertainment for people who appreciate it." This revelation surprised Evelyn. During their rivalry years, Sophia had seemed fully invested in the competitive pursuit of status and acclaim. This evolution suggested depths she hadn't recognized in her former rival. "Sounds fulfilling," Evelyn said genuinely. "I've been teaching music to children in a settlement south of here. It's quieter than performing, but there's something profound about watching someone discover their voice." A comfortable silence settled between them. Two women who had once defined themselves in opposition to each other, now finding unexpected common ground in the paths they had chosen. "About Max's offer," Sophia said eventually, "you should know that there's more happening than just the changing ownership of the El Dorado. The whole power structure of New Reno is shifting. The Wright family isn't just buying buildings, they're consolidating influence, pushing out the old guards like the Mordinos and Bishops." Evelyn frowned slightly. Max didn't mention anything about broader political changes. He presented it as a simple venue transition. Sophia's laugh held little humor. Max Reed never shared the whole picture with his talents. Need-to-know basis was his management style, remember? The truth is, this final week of performances isn't just about honoring the Starlight's history. It's a very public demonstration of the Wright family's new cultural authority in New Reno. Having the legendary Silver Siren headline would be quite a coup for them. This context cast Max's invitation in a different light. Evelyn had never enjoyed being used as a playing piece in New Reno's power games, though she had recognized it as part of the bargain during her performing years. The thought that Max was still attempting to maneuver her after all this time stirred a complex mix of disappointment and renewed caution. "I appreciate the insight," she told Sophia sincerely. "It seems some things in New Reno never change." "And yet," Sophia countered, "other things change profoundly. My music hall is hosting a small performance tonight, nothing grand, just local musicians playing pieces that matter to them. No family sponsorship, no political agenda. You'd be welcome to attend if you're interested in seeing a different side of New Reno's cultural scene." The invitation offered exactly what Evelyn needed, a perspective beyond the narrow frame Max had presented. "I'd like that very much." They parted with the easy warmth of old acquaintances who had discovered new respect for each other's journeys. As Evelyn continued her exploration of the city, her thoughts kept returning to the unexpected encounter. Sophia had evolved in ways she wouldn't have predicted, finding a path that honored her talents without surrendering her autonomy. It suggested possibilities Evelyn hadn't considered when framing her decision as a simple binary: return to the stage or maintain her complete separation from that life. The remainder of the day passed in contemplative wandering. Evelyn revisited locations that had once featured prominently in her daily life. The boutique where her performance gowns had been created, now a general clothing store selling practical wasteland attire. The small park where she had sometimes escaped for moments of solitude, now somewhat better maintained than she remembered. The discreet side entrance to the El Dorado that performers had used, still marked with the same unobtrusive door that had once represented the boundary between her public and private selves. By evening, the city had fully awakened to its nocturnal identity, neon painting the streets in electric blues, reds, and golds. Following Sophia's directions, Evelyn made her way to the west side of New Reno, where the ostentatious display of the main strip gave way to more modest establishments. The music hall occupied a renovated pre-war cinema, its facade tastefully illuminated with warm yellow lights, rather than the insistent flash of casino signage. Inside, the space revealed careful adaptation of the original architecture. The sloped floor remained, now occupied by small tables arranged to provide clear sightlines to a stage constructed where the cinema screen had once hung. The atmosphere struck a balance between casual comfort and respectful attention to the performances, neither the formality of the Starlight Lounge nor the rowdy energy of less reputable venues. Sophia greeted her near the entrance, now dressed in a simple but elegant outfit that identified her as the establishment's proprietor. "Glad you could make it. We've just finished seating for the first set." She led Evelyn to a small table with a good view of the stage, but positioned to avoid drawing attention to her presence. Tonight's performers include a string trio from one of the outlying settlements and a vocalist who specializes in pre-war folk traditions. Very different from our Starlight repertoire. The performances proved remarkably moving in their unadorned sincerity. The string trio played with technical imperfection but profound emotional connection, their interpretation of classical pieces carrying the distinctive influence of wasteland musical evolution. The vocalist, a young woman with remarkable control and expressive depth, transformed familiar folk songs into contemplations on survival and community that resonated deeply with the attentive audience. During a break between sets, Sophia joined Evelyn at her table. "What do you think? Different kind of magic than the grand production numbers we used to perform." "It's beautiful," Evelyn acknowledged genuinely. "There's an authenticity here that I'd forgotten music could have." She gestured toward the audience, whose diverse appearance suggested a broader cross-section of New Reno society than the exclusive crowds of the Starlight. And the people actually listen, not just watching for status or to be seen in the right venue. Sophia nodded with evident pride. "That's exactly what I wanted to create. A place where music matters for itself, not as backdrop for gambling or family politics or social climbing." She hesitated briefly, then continued with careful emphasis. "We showcase a different featured performer each month. Someone special who draws a slightly larger crowd while maintaining our artistic standards. Our slot for next month recently opened unexpectedly." The implication hung clearly between them. Evelyn felt a surprising flutter of interest at the suggestion, so different from the reluctance that had characterized her response to Max's offer. "Are you suggesting what I think you are?" "Just presenting an alternative," Sophia replied with a small smile. "If you're considering returning to performance at all, you have options beyond Max Reed's agenda." something smaller, more personal. A chance to sing material that matters to you rather than what suits the starlight's image. The silver siren doesn't have to define your relationship with music. The second set began before Evelyn could respond, though the offer remained present in her thoughts as she listened to the remaining performances. Each musician presented work that clearly expressed their unique voice rather than conforming to commercial expectations, creating connections with the audience through shared emotional experience rather than spectacle. As the evening concluded and patrons gradually dispersed into the new Reno night, Evelyn lingered to help Sophia with some minor closing tasks. The simple activity of straightening chairs and collecting glasses felt grounding after a day spent navigating complicated memories and potential futures. "What happened to your original ambitions?" Evelyn asked as they worked. "You were aiming for headliner status at the Starlight just as intensely as I was." Sophia paused, considering the question with appropriate weight. "Life has a way of clarifying what actually matters. After you left, Max tried to position me as your replacement, but it never quite worked. We had different strengths, different appeals. The harder I tried to fill that silver siren-shaped void, the less satisfaction I found in performing." She gestured around the modest but dignified space they stood in. "I had a health scare about 7 years ago. Nothing permanent, but serious enough to make me evaluate what I really wanted from my remaining time. Turns out it wasn't applause from people who barely listened, or approval from family bosses who saw me as a decorative asset. I wanted to create something authentic, something that would outlast me and contribute something meaningful to whatever we're building out of the ashes." This perspective resonated deeply with Evelyn's own journey away from the spotlight. She had found purpose in teaching, in nurturing new voices rather than elevating her own. Yet Sophia had found a middle path, neither complete withdrawal nor surrender to the system they had both once served. "I need to think about your offer," Evelyn said honestly. "It's tempting. In a way Max's invitation isn't. But I came to New Reno for closure, not to open a new chapter." "Fair enough," Sophia acknowledged. "The offer stands, whatever you decide about the Starlight performance. Some closures lead to new beginnings. That's all I'm suggesting." They parted with a warmth that would have been unimaginable during their years as rivals, each having gained respect for the other's journey. As Evelyn walked back toward her hotel through New Reno's still active nightlife, she felt a clarity beginning to emerge from her conflicted emotions. The following morning found her back at the El Dorado, requesting a meeting with Max in the Starlight Lounge, rather than waiting for him to contact her. He appeared promptly, his expression hovering between hope and caution as he noted her composed demeanor. "I've made my decision," Evelyn informed him without preamble, standing center stage where she had once commanded the rapt attention of New Reno's elite. Her voice carried naturally through the space, a reminder of the gift that had first brought her to this city. "I will perform one final time at the Starlight, not as the Silver Siren, but as Evelyn Ross." Max's expression shifted toward relief, though uncertainty remained at her specific phrasing. "Of course you'll perform as yourself, Evie. That's what I've been suggesting." "No," she interrupted gently but firmly. "You've been asking me to resurrect a persona that no longer fits who I am. The Silver Siren was a creation, your creation largely, crafted for this environment and its particular demands. I'm offering something different, one performance, with material I select, presented honestly rather than with the artifice that defined my previous work here." She gestured toward the lounge around them, acknowledging its significance while establishing boundaries. This venue deserves a respectful farewell, and I'm willing to be part of that. But I won't pretend to be someone I outgrew 15 years ago. Not even for one night. Max studied her with the calculating assessment that had once determined the trajectory of her career, measuring her resolve against his own objectives. Finally, he nodded, with what appeared to be genuine respect. Your terms are acceptable. The final night remains yours. How you choose to present yourself is your decision. A hint of his old smile emerged. Though I suspect, whatever you call yourself, the audience will still see the star they remember. Perhaps, Evelyn acknowledged, but they'll be seeing her on my terms this time. The following days passed in careful preparation, dividing her time between rehearsals at the Starlight and evening visits to Sophia's music hall, where she found both inspiration and community. She selected material that bridged her past and present, songs that honored her history while reflecting the wisdom gained through her years away from New Reno. Working with the house musicians, she crafted arrangements that maintained elegance while stripping away artifice, creating space for genuine emotion to emerge. The night of the final performance arrived with an energy that vibrated throughout the El Dorado. The Starlight Lounge filled beyond capacity, longtime New Reno residents mingling with visitors, drawn by the historic significance of the occasion. The audience included representatives from all the major families, their presence marking the event as significant within the city's complex power structure. Backstage, Evelyn prepared with the focused calm that had always preceded her performances. She wore a gown of her own choosing, elegant but simpler than the elaborate costumes of her silver siren days, in deep blue rather than signature silver. Her hair and makeup similarly struck a balance between stage presence and authentic self-presentation, acknowledging the theatrical nature of performance without surrendering her identity to it. Max appeared briefly before she was due on stage, his expression suggesting he had something important to communicate. Full house out there, plus standing room, every notable name in New Reno, including Solomon Wright himself. He hesitated, then added with uncharacteristic candor, "I'm proud of you, Evie. Not just for coming back, but for doing it your way. I think I always knew you would outgrow what we created here." The admission surprised her, suggesting depths to their relationship she hadn't fully recognized during their years working together. "Thank you, Max, for everything. The good and the complicated. It shaped me, even the parts I needed to leave behind." When she finally stepped onto the stage, the familiar wash of spotlight brought not the anxiety she had feared, but a centered certainty. The audience's applause swelled to fill the room. Recognition and anticipation combined with the knowledge that they were witnessing a genuine moment of New Reno history. "Good evening," she began, her voice carrying effortlessly through the space that had once been her artistic home. "For those who remember, I'm Evelyn Ross. For those who don't, I was once known as the Silver Siren of New Reno. Tonight is about honoring what this venue has meant to so many of us, while acknowledging that all things change with time, including ourselves." The performance that followed transcended both nostalgia and reinvention, creating something that honored the past while remaining firmly grounded in the present. Evelyn sang with technical precision honed through years of discipline, but with an emotional authenticity that her earlier work had sometimes sacrificed for polish. The audience responded with increasingly appreciative attention, sensing they were witnessing not merely a return, but a revelation. For her final selection, she chose a pre-war ballad about finding one's way home after long wandering. A piece she had never performed during her Starlight years, but had often shared with her students in the quieter life she had built. As the last notes faded, silence held the room for a suspended moment before applause erupted with genuine appreciation rather than merely social obligation. In that moment of connection between performer and audience, Evelyn found the closure she had come seeking, not through rejection of her past, but through integration of all she had been and become. The silver siren remained part of her story, but no longer defined its boundaries. New Reno had shaped her, but her journey extended beyond its neon-lit streets into quieter territories of self-discovery and authentic expression. The following morning, Evelyn met Sophia for coffee at the same cafe where they had reconnected days earlier. The city continued its eternal cycle around them, morning cleanup erasing the excesses of the night before, preparing for another round of carefully managed indulgence when evening returned. "Your performance was remarkable," Sophia told her with genuine admiration. Not the silver siren redux that Max probably wanted, but something much more interesting. Evelyn Ross fully realized. "Thank you," Evelyn replied, the simple acknowledgement carrying the weight of their shared understanding of performance's complexities. "I'm glad I came back, even briefly. There were unresolved notes that needed resolution." "And my offer?" Sophia inquired, neither pushing nor retreating. "The monthly feature at my hall remains open, something very different from last night, smaller, more intimate, entirely on your terms." Evelyn smiled, feeling the lightness that comes with decisions made from clarity rather than obligation or expectation. "I think I'd like that. Not immediately. I need to return to my students and my life south of here. But perhaps in a few months, when I've had time to prepare material that truly represents where I am now." "The stage will be waiting," Sophia assured her. "Some journeys circle back in ways we don't expect, bringing us to places we've been before, but as different people." Later that day, as Evelyn prepared for her departure from New Reno, she took one final walk past the El Dorado. Construction scaffolding had already appeared around portions of the building, the renovation process beginning without delay. Soon the Starlight Lounge would exist only in memory, its particular magic preserved in stories rather than physical space. Yet something of its essence would continue, transformed rather than truly ending, just as Evelyn herself had carried forward elements of the Silver Siren while becoming someone more complex and authentic. The realization brought a sense of peace as she turned away from the casino and toward the road leading south, ready to return to the quieter life she had built while carrying new possibilities within her. As the spires of New Reno receded behind her, Evelyn found herself humming a melody she hadn't performed in years, its familiar contours comfort rather than constraint. One thread in the complex tapestry of a life still unfolding beneath the vast Mojave sky. While Evelyn found her peace in the balance between her past and present selves, elsewhere in New Reno's glittering landscape, a different story was unfolding. Behind the heavily guarded doors of the Shark Club Casino, two siblings sat at opposite ends of a dimly lit private booth, their blood connection obscured by years of choices that had placed them on opposing sides of the city's criminal hierarchy. As the elder sibling pushed a worn family photograph across the table, memories of shared childhood before their divided loyalties created an unbridgeable gulf. Our next tale beckons from the shadow of family bonds tested by New Reno's corrupting influence. Join us for Under the Neon Lights. The neon glow of New Reno painted the rain-slicked streets in vibrant hues of crimson, azure, and gold, creating shimmering mirrors that doubled the city's luminance against the night. Puddles reflected the electric signs of casinos and clubs, transforming ordinary pavement into a kaleidoscope of color. The recent rainfall had temporarily cleansed the air, allowing the stars to peek through the typical haze that hung over the city, tiny pinpricks of natural light competing with man-made brilliance. Marcus Hargrove walked with measured steps along the edge of the commercial district, his tall frame silhouetted against the bright storefronts he passed. The distinctive leather jacket he wore bore subtle markings recognizable to those familiar with New Reno's power structures, the discreet insignia of the Bishop family's security operation. Not flashy enough to draw attention from tourists or gamblers, but clear enough to ensure respect from those who understood the city's hierarchies. His destination stood at the boundary where New Reno's carefully maintained glamour began to fray. A small diner called Sal's that had somehow survived decades of changing fortunes by serving decent food at reasonable prices, without affiliating too strongly with any particular family. Its neutrality made it one of the few establishments where representatives from different factions could meet without immediate suspicion, a diplomatic island in a sea of competing interests. Inside, the diner maintained the worn comfort of a place that prioritized function over appearance. Vinyl booths showed patches of repair, their red surfaces faded to a softer rose in places that had endured the most contact. The counter gleamed with a particular shine that comes from decades of daily polishing, its surface bearing the honorable scars of a workspace that had never known a day of rest. Marcus scanned the sparse, late-evening crowd before settling his gaze on a booth in the far corner. Even from this distance, he recognized the straight-backed posture and precisely arranged table setting. Water glass positioned exactly 2 inches from the edge, silverware aligned with geometric precision. Some habits never changed, even after years of separation. As he approached, the woman looked up from the dog-eared book she'd been reading. Elena Hargrove had their mother's eyes, perceptive and intelligent, with the particular watchfulness common to those who had learned to identify threats before they fully manifested. Unlike Marcus, whose role with the Bishop family was made clear by his attire, Elena wore the practical clothing of a New Reno citizen without family affiliation. Sturdy fabric in muted colors, designed for utility rather than display. "You're 4 minutes late," she observed, closing her book and setting it aside with deliberate care. "That's actually an improvement from our last meeting." Marcus slid into the booth across from her, a faint smile acknowledging her comment. Traffic on the Strip. The Mordino anniversary celebration has tourists flooding the main drag. He studied her as he settled into his seat, noting the new lines around her eyes, the streak of silver that now accented her dark hair. "You look well, Elle." "Let's skip the small talk," Elena replied, though without real hostility. "Your message said it was urgent. Given our complicated history, I'm assuming this isn't about reconnecting as siblings." The waitress approached before Marcus could respond, her practiced smile suggesting she'd witnessed enough tense family reunions in this establishment to remain professionally neutral about adding one more to the tally. "Evening, folks. Can I get you something to drink before you order?" Marcus requested coffee, while Elena asked for tea. The brief interruption gave him a moment to organize his thoughts, to consider how best to present information that would inevitably be received with skepticism. Once the waitress had moved away, he leaned forward slightly. "It's about Dad," he said simply. Lena's expression remained carefully neutral, though Marcus detected the subtle tension that appeared around her jaw, a tell she'd had since childhood when controlling stronger emotions. "Alexander Hargrove has been dead for 12 years, she stated flatly. "Whatever this is about, it's not actually about him. His safety deposit box at the Commonwealth Bank was accessed 3 days ago," Marcus continued, maintaining direct eye contact. The bank manager contacted me because I'm listed as secondary on the account. Someone used the original key, not a duplicate, and accessed documents Dad had stored there shortly before his death. This information visibly disrupted Elena's composure, her analytical mind immediately processing implications. That's not possible. That key disappeared with him. We both looked. No, Marcus acknowledged. And yet, someone has it. More concerning is what they accessed. The manager couldn't legally tell me what was removed, but his expression when discussing the sensitive materials suggested it wasn't just family mementos. Their father, Alexander Hargrove, had occupied a unique position in New Reno's complex power structure. Official historian for the city council, while unofficially serving as information broker to all major families. His meticulous documentation of New Reno's evolving power dynamics, combined with careful cultivation of sources throughout the region, had made him simultaneously valuable and vulnerable. His sudden death had been attributed to heart failure, though both siblings had privately harbored questions about the convenient timing. The waitress returned with their drinks, the routine transaction providing another moment of normalcy amid increasingly complicated revelations. They ordered simple meals, habits from childhood, when their father had brought them to this same diner, allowing them to choose whatever they wanted from the menu as he completed business discussions at nearby tables. After the waitress departed, Elena wrapped her hands around the warm teacup, her academic precision surfacing as she processed new information. The timing is concerning, she admitted. 3 members of the city council have been replaced in the past month. The Wright family has been negotiating aggressively for control of water rights in the Northern District, and rumor has it the NCR representatives are returning next week for another round of diplomatic discussions about regional governance. Marcus nodded, impressed despite himself with her awareness of developments that weren't widely publicized. Your sources are still good. I teach history at the community college, she reminded him with a hint of sharpness. Understanding the city's power dynamics isn't just your family's business, it's my academic focus. The difference is what we choose to do with that knowledge. The subtle criticism hung between them, a reference to the divergent paths they had chosen after their father's death. Marcus had accepted protection and employment from the Bishop family, eventually rising to become a trusted lieutenant who managed information networks similar to those their father had maintained. Elena had rejected all family affiliations, pursuing education and eventually establishing herself as an independent academic who documented New Reno's history from a perspective untethered to any particular faction. What exactly are you asking of me, Marcus? Eleanor finally asked, direct in a way that cut through potential misunderstandings. We've managed to coexist in this city for years by respecting each other's boundaries. You must have a compelling reason to cross that line now. Marcus reached into his jacket and withdrew a small, weathered leather journal, sliding it across the table with careful deliberation. This was in a different safety deposit box, one registered solely in my name, where Dad left specific items for each of us. I've never shown it to the bishops or anyone else. I think it's time you saw it. Eleanor regarded the journal with visible caution before picking it up. The leather cover showed the distinctive wear pattern of an object frequently handled, its surface bearing the patina that only develops through years of contact with human hands. She opened it carefully, immediately recognizing their father's precise handwriting. Small, methodical lettering that reflected his meticulous approach to information. As she began reading, her expression shifted through subtle variations of surprise, concentration, and growing concern. The journal contained what appeared to be their father's private assessment of power movements within New Reno during his final year. Analyses more candid than anything he had shared publicly or even with his children during his lifetime. "New," she said finally, looking up from the pages with new understanding in her eyes. He knew someone was consolidating influence across all the families, using proxies and manipulated conflicts to centralize control while maintaining the appearance of traditional family rivalries. Marcus nodded, relieved that she had immediately grasped the significance. The last entry was written 3 days before his death. He was getting close to identifying the central figure, the puppet master, pulling strings across traditional family boundaries. "And you think whoever accessed the safety deposit box is connected to this same consolidation effort?" Elena closed the journal carefully, her academic training evident in how she handled the fragile document. "Perhaps removing evidence that could expose their operation." "It fits the pattern," Marcus confirmed, "but there's something more immediate you need to know." He hesitated, uncomfortably aware that their relationship lacked the foundation of trust that would make his next statement easier to accept. "Dad left something specific for you, something separate from my inheritance. The journal mentions a contingency package, hidden somewhere only you would think to look." Eleanor's skepticism returned, her posture straightening almost imperceptibly. "That's convenient. After 12 years, suddenly there's a hidden package only I can find, right when you need something from me." "I understand your suspicion," Marcus acknowledged, maintaining steady eye contact. "But this isn't about the bishops, or your stance against family affiliations. This is about finishing what Dad started, identifying who's been manipulating New Reno's power structure from the shadows. The journal specifically mentions that your package contains information he couldn't risk keeping anywhere else. Not in banks, not in his home, not even in his official archives. Their food arrived, providing a momentary pause in the increasingly intense conversation. The simple meals: a Brahmin steak for Marcus, vegetable stew for Eleanor, offered familiar comfort that contrasted with the unsettling revelations being discussed. They ate in silence for several minutes, each processing the implications from their own perspective. "The old retreat," Elena said finally, setting down her spoon. "That's the only place that makes sense. Dad took me there more frequently after you chose to work with the bishops. It was our space, where he taught me about historical documentation methods, preservation techniques for pre-war records, analytical approaches that weren't tied to any family's perspective. The retreat she referenced was a small cabin approximately 20 miles outside New Reno, positioned in the foothills with a commanding view of the approaches to the city. Alexander had acquired it decades earlier, gradually transforming it from a simple shelter into a combination of personal sanctuary and secure archive for his most sensitive work. "We should go tonight," Marcus suggested, checking the time on his weathered wristwatch. "If someone's accessing Dad's records, they might already be piecing together the same connections we are." Elena studied him with the careful assessment that had always characterized her approach to complex situations. "Why should I trust you with this? Your loyalty to the bishops isn't exactly a secret. How do I know this isn't an elaborate way to acquire information that could benefit them specifically?" The question struck at the heart of their estrangement. The fundamental disagreement about how best to navigate New Reno's complex moral landscape. Rather than responding defensively, Marcus reached into an inner pocket of his jacket and withdrew a folded document, offering it without explanation. Eleanor accepted it cautiously, unfolding what appeared to be an official letter bearing the Bishop family seal. As she read, her expression shifted from suspicion to confusion. "This is a release from service?" she said finally, looking up with questioning eyes. Dated 2 weeks ago. You're leaving the Bishops? Marcus nodded, something vulnerable briefly visible beneath his typically controlled demeanor. My position gave me access to information Dad never had: internal communications, planning documents, strategic objectives. Over the past year, I've watched decisions being made that didn't align with established Bishop priorities or methods. Someone's influencing policy from outside the traditional hierarchy, and similar patterns are appearing across all the families. He gestured toward the journal sitting between them. When I found Dad's analyses, the parallels were too specific to be coincidence. Whatever he was tracking 12 years ago has evolved, but the fundamental approach remains consistent: manipulate existing power structures rather than challenging them directly. Eleanor considered this information with the careful deliberation he recognized from their childhood, when she would disassemble complex problems into component parts before offering conclusions. The release isn't effective for another month, she noted, tapping the date on the document. Standard protocol for positions with access to sensitive information, Marcus explained. Transition period for transferring responsibilities without creating security vulnerabilities. But my primary loyalty has always been to understanding how this city actually works. Something we inherited from Dad, regardless of which path we chose. This acknowledgement of their shared inheritance, despite divergent methods, seemed to reach Alina in a way his earlier explanations hadn't. She refolded the document precisely along its original creases and returned it to him. "We'll take my vehicle," she decided, her tone shifting to practical planning, less likely to be recognized or associated with either of us specifically. "We should bring basic supplies. The retreat's been unoccupied for years, and the condition is uncertain." Their meal concluded with renewed focus, the siblings establishing an uncomfortable but functional collaboration based on shared purpose rather than fully restored trust. They departed separately to avoid drawing attention to their connection, arranging to meet at a designated location on the outskirts of New Reno, where Elena kept her vehicle garaged. An hour later, they were traveling along the cracked remains of a pre-war highway that wound into the foothills surrounding New Reno. Elena drove with the careful competence that characterized her approach to most activities, navigating the deteriorated road surfaces with practiced ease. The vehicle itself reflected her practical nature, a refurbished pickup truck modified for reliability rather than appearance, its engine maintained with the same meticulous attention she brought to her academic research. As city lights receded behind them, the true darkness of the wasteland emerged, a profound absence of artificial illumination that allowed stars to dominate the sky in brilliant constellations. The moon provided sufficient light to cast the landscape in silver-grey tones, revealing the skeletal remains of pre-war structures scattered across otherwise empty terrain. "Do you remember the historical mapping project?" Elena asked, unexpectedly, breaking the silence that had settled between them. "When Dad would bring us out here with survey equipment and those huge pre-war maps?" Marcus nodded, the memory emerging with surprising clarity. He'd have us identify structures visible from the road, then compare their positions to the maps to track how accurately they'd been documented before the war. Was teaching us to verify information independently instead of relying on established records, Elena reflected. Even at that age, he was training us to question official narratives. This shared recollection created a momentary bridge across the divide that had separated them for so many years, a reminder that despite their different choices, they had emerged from the same formative experiences. The conversation opened to other memories as they continued their journey. Their father's elaborate systems for categorizing information, His insistence on maintaining multiple backup records, his ability to remember precise details of conversations years after they occurred. The retreat appeared around a final bend in the road, a simple structure nestled against the hillside, its weathered exterior blending with the natural surroundings. Built primarily from local stone with wooden support elements, it had been designed to withstand both the harsh environmental conditions and the passage of time. Solar panels on the southern-facing slope suggested Alexander's characteristic self-sufficiency, though whether they remained functional after years of neglect remained uncertain. Elena parked the vehicle in a small covered area adjacent to the main building, a precaution against aerial observation that reflected their father's perpetual awareness of security considerations. As they approached the entrance, the familiar outline of the structure brought conflicting emotions for both siblings. Comfort from positive memories mixed with the sharp awareness of their father's absence and their own estrangement. The door yielded to Elena's key, its mechanisms protesting slightly from disuse but ultimately functioning as designed. Inside, battery-powered emergency lights activated automatically, providing dim illumination that gradually brightened as systems registered their presence. The interior revealed meticulous preservation despite years of vacancy. Furniture covered with protective cloths, documents sealed in weatherproof containers, technical equipment stored in climate-controlled cabinets. "We planned for extended absence," Marcus observed, noting the careful preparations that had maintained the retreat's functionality. These systems were designed to remain operational with minimal maintenance. Elena moved through the space with the confidence of familiarity, activating additional systems and removing protective coverings from essential equipment. "The main archive is below," she explained, approaching what appeared to be an ordinary bookshelf along the rear wall. Dad expanded it significantly during the last few years before his death. The bookshelf revealed itself to be a disguised door, responding to a specific sequence of pressure applied to various volumes. The engineering demonstrated Alexander's characteristic thoroughness, complex enough to prevent accidental discovery while remaining functional without power if necessary. Beyond lay a staircase descending into a space that extended beneath the hillside, significantly larger than the visible structure above. The underground archive represented Alexander Hargrove's life work, a comprehensive collection of documents, recordings, and artifacts documenting New Reno's evolution from small settlement to influential regional power. Climate control systems maintained optimal preservation conditions, while redundant security measures protected against both physical intrusion and environmental threats. The organization system reflected Alexander's methodical mind, with clear categorization allowing efficient location of specific information despite the extensive collection. If Dad left something specifically for me, it would be in the personal section, Eleanor determined, leading the way toward a smaller chamber adjoining the main archive. He maintained separate collections for family documents versus historical records. The personal archive contained materials related specifically to the Hargrove family, photographs documenting multiple generations, journals recording daily experiences alongside historical events, correspondence with relatives scattered throughout the region. Unlike the main collection's rigorous organizational system, these items were arranged according to emotional significance rather than chronological or thematic category. Elena moved directly to a cabinet containing items from their childhood, school assignments preserved with parental pride, artwork created with youthful enthusiasm, small tokens commemorating significant achievements. Marcus watched as she searched with increasing focus, her hands moving with the certainty of someone following an internal map. "Here," she said finally, removing a weathered copy of Adventures of Huckleberry Finn from a shelf dedicated to their educational materials. This was the first pre-war novel I read completely on my own. Dad made a special trip to find it after I expressed interest in historical literature. The book's significance clearly extended beyond sentimental value, as Elena handled it with the careful precision of someone expecting to find something beyond the printed text. Opening the cover revealed craftsmanship typical of pre-war bookbinding, with sturdy construction designed to withstand decades of use. However, careful examination showed subtle modification to the binding, professional alterations creating a concealed compartment within the hardcover structure. From this hidden space, Elena extracted a small data storage device of uncommonly advanced design, its metallic surface unmarked by serial numbers or manufacturer information. Military-grade encryption key, she identified, professional knowledge evident in her immediate recognition. Pre-war technology, likely salvaged from a secure facility. Dad had connections with technology specialists who occasionally recovered intact examples. Marcus studied the device with appropriate caution, recognizing both its potential value and the risks associated with such technology. Does the archive have compatible interfaces? Something that advanced would require specialized equipment to access. In response, Eleanor approached a section of the archive dedicated to technological artifacts, where Alexander had maintained examples of various information systems developed throughout New Reno's history. From within a protective case, she withdrew a terminal of unusual design, more sophisticated than typical wasteland technology, with components suggesting military or research facility origin. Dad acquired this specifically for secure data management, she explained, activating systems that responded with the immediate efficiency of well-maintained technology. It's isolated from networks, with hardened security against remote access or data extraction. If he left encrypted information, this would be the intended access point. The terminal accepted the encryption key with a series of authentication protocols more complex than typical civilian systems. After several moments of processing, the screen displayed a simple interface with a single active file labeled Contingency E and M. Eleanor glanced at Marcus, the shared designation not escaping either of their notice. Their father, despite the siblings' estrangement in his final years, had prepared information intended for both of them. With a decisive gesture, she activated the file. The screen filled with Alexander's familiar writing style, precise, methodical documentation, organized with the clarity that had characterized his professional work. The opening paragraphs addressed his children directly, acknowledging the difficult circumstances of his communication from beyond death, while emphasizing the necessity of such measures. What followed was Alexander Hargrove's final analysis, a comprehensive documentation of patterns he had identified across decades of observing New Reno's power structures. He described evidence suggesting coordinated manipulation originating from a single source, rather than typical interfamily competition, tracking resource allocation, personnel movements, and policy adjustments that demonstrated consistent methodology despite appearing unconnected on the surface. Most significantly, the document included Alexander's identification of the central figure, a name that caused both siblings to exchange startled glances. Jefferson Montgomery, officially listed as a minor administrative official within New Reno's water management department, appeared in Alexander's analysis as the architectural mastermind behind a decades-long consolidation of influence across all major families. "That can't be right," Marcus said, professional knowledge contradicting the conclusion. "Montgomery has no significant resources, no family connections, no leverage to influence major decision-makers." "That's precisely what makes it the perfect cover," Elena countered, academic analysis engaging with their father's evidence. a position with access to critical infrastructure information but insufficient status to attract attention. Dad's documentation shows how Montgomery placed key personnel throughout various organizations over a 30-year period, creating a network loyal to him personally rather than to the official power structures. As they continued reading, Alexander's analysis revealed the methodical patience that had characterized Montgomery's approach. Never seeking personal recognition or official authority, instead establishing influence through carefully placed subordinates who funneled information and shaped decisions according to a master strategy, invisible to those who focused only on traditional power centers. The final pages contain Dad's evidence cache, Eleanor noted as they reached the conclusion of the analysis. Documented connections, financial records, communication patterns established over decades, enough to prove coordination rather than coincidence. Alexander's closing thoughts addressed his children directly again, acknowledging the different paths they had chosen while expressing confidence in their shared inheritance, not of wealth or position, but of analytical capacity and commitment to understanding, rather than merely accepting established narratives. He had structured his contingency to require both siblings' participation, precisely because he believed their different perspectives, combined, would provide the balanced approach necessary for addressing such a complex situation. "You," Marcus said quietly, processing the implications of their father's final message. He knew who was responsible for manipulating New Reno's power structure, and that knowledge likely caused his death. Elena nodded, her academic detachment momentarily overcome by the personal significance of their discovery. The timeline fits. His journal shows he was closing in on Montgomery's identity just before his heart failure. Now someone has accessed his safety deposit box, potentially discovering he had hidden additional evidence elsewhere, which means we may have limited time before they trace connections to this location, Marcus concluded, security training automatically assessing vulnerabilities. We need to secure this evidence and determine next steps. The siblings worked with complementary efficiency, Elena focusing on proper documentation preservation, Marcus establishing security measures to alert them if the retreat's perimeter was breached. The shared purpose created a functional collaboration that transcended their personal history, each recognizing the other's particular strengths without the competition that had sometimes characterized their younger interactions. As dawn approached, they had organized the essential evidence into formats that could be transported securely while maintaining backup copies within the retreat's hidden archive. The terminal containing Alexander's full analysis remained isolated from networks that might be compromised, while selected documentation was prepared for potential distribution to appropriate authorities if circumstances required disclosure. They sat at the retreat's small kitchen table, sharing a simple meal prepared from long-stored supplies designed for emergency use. The domestic setting contrasted with the significant revelations they had processed throughout the night, creating an almost surreal disconnect between ordinary activity and extraordinary circumstances. "What happens now?" Eleanor asked finally, the question addressing both their immediate situation and the broader implications of their discovery. "This information challenges everything we thought we understood about how New Reno functions." Marcus considered his response carefully, aware that their fragile reconnection remained tentative despite shared purpose. "Montgomery's operation depends on remaining invisible, influencing from behind established structures rather than claiming direct authority. Exposure represents his greatest vulnerability, but exposure requires evidence presented through channels he doesn't already control," Elena countered, academic precision identifying the practical challenge. From Dad's documentation, Montgomery has connections throughout New Reno's official institutions, including law enforcement and judiciary. This assessment highlighted the fundamental dilemma they faced: possession of truth without clear mechanisms for establishing justice. The corrupted systems that should provide remedy had themselves been compromised through Montgomery's patient infiltration, creating circular protection for his operations. Perhaps external authorities, Marcus suggested. The NCR maintains diplomatic presence but operates under separate jurisdiction. They have interest in regional stability but no direct vulnerability to Montgomery's established influence networks. Elena's expression reflected careful consideration rather than immediate rejection of his proposal, a significant shift from their typical pattern of automatic disagreement. That approach has merit, though establishing credibility with external officials presents its own challenges. We would need to provide sufficient evidence without exposing ourselves to immediate countermeasures from Montgomery's network. The discussion continued as morning light strengthened, illuminating the retreat with natural brightness that complemented the emergency systems. Their collaborative planning evolved organically, each contributing perspective shaped by their different experiences, while finding unexpected common ground in shared analytical approaches inherited from their father. "We don't have to resolve everything immediately," Marcus observed as their planning reached natural pause. "Dad's systems will secure this location for several days at minimum. We have time to establish proper channels before presenting evidence." Elena nodded, professional pragmatism acknowledging the wisdom of measured approach rather than hasty action. "We should return to New Reno separately, maintain normal routines to avoid drawing attention while we prepare appropriate responses. The evidence is secure here, with contingency measures if neither of us returns within the established time frame." As they prepared for departure, the siblings found themselves in the retreat's main room, surrounded by their father's carefully preserved legacy. The knowledge they had discovered represented both burden and opportunity, the chance to complete work Alexander had begun while facing the same risks that had likely caused his death. "I've missed this," Elena said unexpectedly, gesturing toward the space around them. "Not just the retreat, but this kind of collaboration. The way we used to work through problems together before our paths diverged." Marcus nodded, something vulnerable briefly visible beneath his professional composure. "We made different choices about how to navigate New Reno's complexities, but we were asking the same fundamental questions. Maybe Dad understood that better than we did." This acknowledgement of shared purpose despite different methods created space for potential reconciliation beyond their immediate collaboration. The siblings departed the retreat with restored communication channels established, practical arrangements for maintaining secure contact while navigating the complicated landscape of New Reno, with new awareness of its hidden power structures. As they drove back toward the city, New Reno's skyline gradually emerged on the horizon, buildings of varying heights creating a distinctive silhouette against the morning sky. The casino signs no longer glowed with neon brilliance, their daytime appearance more subdued, but no less symbolic of the complicated environment they represented. For Marcus and Elena Hargrove, the familiar view now carried new significance. A city whose apparent structure masked hidden influences they were uniquely positioned to understand. Their shared knowledge created connection transcending years of separation, offering opportunity to honor their father's legacy through collaboration he had anticipated even after his death. The siblings parted at the city outskirts with simple acknowledgement rather than dramatic farewell, a professional understanding that their work had just begun rather than reach conclusion. Each returned to their established life with new awareness of connections previously invisible, carrying responsibility for truth their father had sacrificed to preserve. Beneath New Reno's shifting lights, the hidden architecture of power continued its operation, but no longer completely unseen. Two perspectives, different but complementary, now focused on structures designed to remain invisible. The Hargrove siblings, reunited through their father's final message, brought balanced vision to a challenge requiring both Eleanor's academic precision and Marcus's operational experience. A collaboration Alexander had anticipated when ensuring his contingency required both his children to complete, while Eleanor and Marcus continued their discreet investigation into New Reno's shadow power structure. Elsewhere in the city's outskirts, a very different journey was unfolding. In a humble home carefully maintained despite the surrounding wasteland's harsh conditions, a former enforcer for the Bishop family tended his modest garden in the early morning light. As he knelt in the soil, his weathered hands gentle with tender plants, a distant dust cloud on the horizon announced approaching visitors. The retired strongman's expression shifted from peaceful contentment to resigned understanding. The past he had left behind was approaching with purposeful speed. As our reunited siblings continue their pursuit of hidden truth, our next tale beckons from the quiet sanctuary of a reformed enforcer. Join us for the outlaw's peace. Morning light spilled across the foothills outside New Reno, painting the modest homestead in warm amber hues that softened its weathered edges. Unlike the harsh neon of the city that never truly darkened, dawn here arrived with gentle persistence, coaxing life from soil that many considered beyond redemption. Carefully tended crops grew in neat rows, mute fruit, corn and potatoes arranged with precision that spoke to patient dedication rather than agricultural necessity. Raymond Blackwood moved among these plants with surprising gentleness for a man of his imposing stature. His large hands, once notorious throughout New Reno for their capacity to inflict precise pain, now worked the soil with delicate attention to each seedling. The scars that marked his knuckles, testament to years enforcing Bishop family interests, seemed incongruous with the careful way he supported a struggling cornstalk with a handcrafted brace. 6 years had passed since Raymond had walked away from his position as the Bishop family's primary enforcer. 6 years of quiet transformation, building a life defined by cultivation rather than intimidation. The transition had not been easy. Skills honed through decades of violence didn't naturally translate to nurturing fragile plants, but the challenge itself had become part of his redemption. Learning patience, accepting failure, trying again with adjusted approach. These experiences had gradually reshaped both his daily existence and his understanding of himself. The small house that anchored his property reflected similar transformation. What had once been a dilapidated pre-war structure had evolved through steady renovation into a modest but comfortable home. The defensive measures remained deliberately unobtrusive. Reinforced shutters that could appear merely decorative, strategic placement that allowed clear sight lines in all directions, hidden storage for weapons he hoped never to need again, security born from experience rather than paranoia, integrated into a life now defined by peace rather than its absence. As Raymond completed his morning inspection of the garden, his attention shifted to a distant dust cloud visible against the otherwise clear horizon. Years of vigilance had taught him to distinguish normal patterns from potential concerns, and the approaching vehicle moved with the deliberate purpose of someone with specific destination, rather than wasteland wanderers seeking opportunity. He straightened slowly. one hand instinctively brushing soil from worn denim as the other moved slightly closer to the knife sheathed at his belt, a practical tool for garden work that could serve alternative purposes if necessary. The approaching vehicle resolved into familiar form as it navigated the crude road leading to his property. A well-maintained but unobtrusive sedan that Raymond recognized immediately. His posture relaxed slightly, though caution remained his natural state, even with known visitors. The car stopped at a respectful distance from the house, its engine falling silent as dust settled around weathered tires. Calvin Reed emerged from the driver's side, his lean frame and precise movements identifying him before features became visible. As Raymond's former colleague within the Bishop Security Organization, Calvin had been the only person from that life to maintain contact after Raymond's departure. Occasional visits bringing news from New Reno without pressure to return to previous affiliations. Their relationship had evolved from professional respect to genuine friendship, transcending the context of their original connection. "Morning, Ray," Calvin called as he approached, his voice carrying easily in the quiet landscape. "Garden's looking better than most commercial operations in the region. You missed your calling as a farmer." Raymond acknowledged the greeting with a slight nod, the minimal gesture typical of his communication style. "Coffee's ready inside," he responded, the invitation conveying acceptance of Calvin's presence without unnecessary elaboration. They moved toward the house with the comfortable familiarity of established routine. Calvin followed Raymond inside, where the interior revealed the same careful attention evident in the garden. Furnishings remained simple but purposefully arranged, each item selected for function rather than appearance, yet maintained with obvious care. A bookshelf along one wall held volumes ranging from practical agriculture guides to pre-war literature, suggesting a mind seeking substance beyond mere survival. Raymond poured coffee into sturdy mugs, the rich aroma filling the small kitchen as he set them on a table handcrafted from reclaimed wood. Neither man rushed to conversation, the silence between them comfortable rather than expectant. Calvin sipped his coffee with evident appreciation, while Raymond added a small amount of locally produced honey to his own, a minor indulgence in an otherwise Spartan existence. "Didn't expect to see you for another month," Raymond observed finally, his deep voice carrying the particular calm of someone who measures words carefully before releasing them. "Something's changed." Calvin set his mug down with deliberate precision, a gesture that signaled transition from casual visit to more substantive purpose. "There's a situation developing in New Reno that I thought you should know about. Not asking you to get involved, just providing information you might consider relevant to your interests." Raymond's expression remained impassive, though subtle tension appeared around his eyes, the only visible indication of heightened attention. "Go on." "The equilibrium between families is destabilizing," Calvin explained, professional assessment evident in his methodical explanation. "The Mordinos have been losing territory to the rights for the past 6 months. The bishops are maintaining nominal neutrality, but shifting resources toward defensive posture. Independent operators are being pressured to declare affiliation or vacate traditional territories. These developments, while significant for New Reno's power dynamics, didn't obviously connect to Raymond's current existence." His questioning glance prompted Calvin to continue with increased specificity. 3 days ago, Michael Reno was found dead in the back room of the Silver Rush. Official determination cites overdose, but circumstances suggest more deliberate conclusion. Calvin paused, allowing the information to register before adding, "His son Anthony has assumed leadership of their operation and has been making inquiries about historical conflicts. Specifically, events from 8 years ago involving bishop enforcement actions against competing distributors. This connection explained Calvin's unexpected visit. Michael Reno had operated a modest chem distribution network that had expanded beyond boundaries established through unofficial negotiation between New Reno's major families. Raymond, serving as Bishop's primary enforcer, had been tasked with delivering appropriate correction, a responsibility he had fulfilled with the focused efficiency that had made his reputation. Unlike most such interventions, however, Reno had survived the encounter, subsequently maintaining operations within defined parameters while nursing enduring resentment. The son wasn't directly involved, Raymond noted, memory providing relevant context. He was away at New California University during that period. Calvin nodded confirmation. Returned with business education and ambition exceeding his father's practical caution. His inquiries suggest interest in historical context rather than immediate vendetta, but patterns indicate methodical information gathering rather than casual curiosity. Raymond absorbed this information with the measured consideration that had characterized his approach to complex situations, even during his enforcement career. Unlike the impulsive violence typically associated with his former profession, Raymond had always operated with strategic assessment, violence applied as precise tool rather than emotional response. Appreciate the information, he acknowledged after careful thought. But my involvement with Reno was official bishop business conducted under sanctioned parameters. Any legitimate grievance would be with the organization rather than the individual implementing policy. Calvin's slight smile acknowledged the logical assessment while suggesting additional considerations. Under normal circumstances, that distinction would be maintained. However, the current environment has created unusual alliances. Anthony Reno has established connection with Wright family associates, potentially accessing resources beyond his independent capacity. His inquiries have specifically focused on identifying bishop enforcers directly involved rather than organizational responsibility. This clarification shifted potential implications. The Wright family's expanding influence, combined with targeted interest in historical enforcement personnel, suggested complexity beyond simple revenge motivation. Raymond's connection to Bishop operations had been officially severed years earlier, but wasteland justice often operated according to personal interpretation, rather than formal structures. "I'm not returning to New Reno," Raymond stated, the declaration carrying quiet certainty rather than defensive response. "That chapter concluded when I walked away. Whatever's developing there remains their business, not mine." Calvin nodded acceptance, having anticipated this position. Wasn't suggesting otherwise, just providing information that might warrant adjusted awareness. Your location isn't general knowledge, but determined inquiry with appropriate motivation could eventually make connections through supply purchases, occasional trading visits to outlying settlements. The implication required no elaboration. Raymond's peaceful existence depended partially on separation from his former identity, geographical distance reinforcing psychological transition. While he had made no effort to conceal his history from the few neighbors scattered across nearby homesteads, neither had he advertised connections to New Reno's power structures. Most regional residents recognized him simply as the capable farmer, who occasionally assisted with security concerns when wasteland predators threatened nearby settlements. Their conversation shifted to more general updates about mutual acquaintances and regional developments, Calvin respecting Raymond's preference not to dwell on potential threats that remained theoretical rather than immediate. They finished their coffee amid discussion of agricultural conditions, successful irrigation techniques, and rebuilding efforts in smaller settlements surrounding New Reno. ordinary concerns that characterized daily existence throughout the region. As Calvin prepared to depart, he hesitated briefly before sharing a final observation. "One more thing you should know. Maria has been asking about you, not in connection with current developments, just general welfare inquiries. She's running the Silver Pearl now, turned it into something more legitimate than its previous iteration. Thought you might want to know. She's doing well." This information affected Raymond more visibly than discussion of potential threats. A momentary softening around his eyes, revealing emotional depth typically concealed beneath composed exterior. Maria Vasquez had been significant in his former life. Not a romantic connection, as many assumed, but something equally meaningful. She had recognized his capacity for existence beyond violence before he had acknowledged that possibility himself, encouraging transition when most considered him permanently defined by his enforcement role. "Good to hear," he responded simply, the minimal words carrying genuine appreciation for the update. "Tell her the same if appropriate opportunity arises." With handshakes that communicated respect transcending their different paths, the men parted. Calvin returning to New Reno's complicated dynamics, while Raymond remained amid the quiet productivity of his chosen existence. As dust from the departing vehicle settled back onto the crude access road, Raymond surveyed his property with renewed attention to its vulnerability despite relative isolation. Security assessments that had become habitual rather than conscious now received more deliberate consideration. The remainder of the day passed in ordinary routine. Garden maintenance, minor repairs to irrigation systems, preparation of vegetables harvested the previous day for preservation through the coming winter months. These practical activities provided framework for deeper consideration of Calvin's information and its potential implications. By evening, Raymond had completed mental inventory of security measures that might warrant reinforcement while maintaining commitment to his established life rather than returning to previous patterns. As shadows lengthened across his property, Raymond completed final inspection of external areas before retiring inside. The evening ritual remained unchanged despite newly raised awareness. Simple meal prepared from his own produce, reading time with books traded from traveling merchants, maintenance of tools required for the following day's work. The disciplined structure reflected his nature rather than external requirement, finding comfort in ordered existence, freely chosen rather than imposed. Sleep came with the practiced ease of someone who had learnt to manage consciousness through decades of demanding circumstances. Raymond's rest remained light by most standards, awareness never fully surrendering to unconsciousness, but sufficient for physical recovery and mental restoration. This balance of rest and vigilance had once been survival necessity, but now represented habit maintained without the anxiety that had originally formed it. Morning arrived with characteristic gentleness, sunlight gradually strengthening across the eastern horizon in muted golden progression. Raymond began his day with established routine, checking external areas before breakfast preparation, reviewing mental inventory of tasks requiring attention, prioritizing activities based on weather conditions and seasonal requirements. The discipline provided continuity that had helped transition between his former and current lives, structure supporting transformation rather than constraining it. As he worked in the garden during early morning hours, Raymond became aware of approaching vehicles before sound became audible. Vibration through ground detected through sensitivity developed during years assessing potential threats. Unlike Calvin's solitary arrival the previous day, this approach suggested multiple vehicles moving in coordination rather than independent travel. The formation indicated purpose beyond casual passage, warranting more significant attention. Raymond straightened unhurriedly, surveying his property with the calm assessment that had characterized his professional approach during enforcement years. Without obvious hurry, he moved toward the house, where defensive options remained accessible while avoiding assumptions about visitor intentions. Experience had taught the value of prepared response rather than precipitous reaction, particularly when information remained insufficient for accurate assessment. 3 vehicles appeared on the horizon, maintaining consistent formation as they navigated the crude road approaching his property. The lead vehicle, a well-maintained pre-war sedan with subtle armor modifications, matched description of transportation associated with Anthony Reno's recent operations. Supporting vehicles suggested professional security complement rather than impulsive confrontation force, their approach demonstrating disciplined coordination rather than aggressive posture. Raymond entered his home without apparent urgency, though his movements contained focused efficiency as he retrieved specific items from secured storage locations. The handgun he positioned within accessible reach beneath the front window represented pragmatic precaution rather than intention, available if circumstances required but not presumed necessary. More significant was the documented evidence he placed on the kitchen table, official records of enforcement actions, including Bishop family authorization for Reno operation, witness verification of parameters maintained despite resistance encountered, medical documentation confirming non-lethal outcome despite authorized elimination option. This preparation reflected Raymond's consistent approach throughout his professional history, comprehensive information supporting clear communication, with capacity for decisive action if reasonable resolution proved impossible. Unlike many who had served similar enforcement functions, Raymond had maintained meticulous documentation of official operations, creating accountability record that had sometimes generated administrative frustration, but ultimately protected both organizational and personal interests when questions arose regarding specific actions. The vehicles stopped at respectful distance from the house, positioned to demonstrate awareness of tactical considerations while avoiding overtly threatening configuration. From the lead sedan emerged a young man whose physical features confirmed his identity as Anthony Reno. His father's distinctive profile, refined through academic polish and more sophisticated presentation. His clothing suggested successful business operations rather than traditional wasteland authority, though subtle indicators revealed concealed protection beneath tailored appearance. 2 security personnel exited supporting vehicles, positioning themselves with professional spacing that suggested formal training rather than wasteland intimidation experience. Their equipment and posture indicated readiness without aggression, maintaining appropriate protective coverage while avoiding provocative presentation. The discipline suggested organized operation rather than emotional vendetta, aligning with Calvin's assessment of methodical approach rather than impulsive retribution. Anthony approached the house with measured steps, maintaining sightline contact with his security detail while projecting confident self-containment. Raymond opened the door before Anthony reached it, standing with relaxed posture that neither welcomed nor rejected the unexpected visitor. The contrast between them was immediately apparent. Anthony's careful grooming and business attire against Raymond's weathered practical clothing, cultivated sophistication versus natural authority, youth's ambition confronting experience's perspective. "Mr. Blackwood," Anthony began, his voice carrying educated diction that confirmed New California University background. "I appreciate you receiving me without appointment. My name is..." "Anthony Reno," Raymond completed without inflection. "Son of Michael Reno. Recently assumed control of family distribution operations following your father's passing." currently expanding business associations with right family interests while maintaining nominal independence. This demonstration of informed awareness momentarily disrupted Anthony's prepared approach, though he recovered with composure, suggesting adaptability beyond his years. "You're well informed for someone who supposedly left new Reno connections behind 6 years ago." Raymond's minimal shrug acknowledged without elaborating. "Information travels. Some connections remain professional rather than operational." A moment of assessment passed between them. Anthony recalibrating based on unexpected awareness, while Raymond maintained patient neutrality, allowing the younger man to establish conversational direction rather than assuming confrontational purpose. Despite circumstances suggesting potential conflict, Raymond's experience recognized multiple possible motivations beyond simple retribution. "May I come inside?" Anthony requested finally, the polite formality contrasting with the underlying purpose that remained unstated. "What I have to discuss would benefit from privacy, beyond what's available here." Raymond considered briefly before stepping aside with minimal gesture indicating permission. "Your security remains outside, standard precaution." Anthony nodded acceptance of this condition, understanding its reasonableness given their history and current circumstances. He entered the modest home with attentive observation, noting both its simple functionality and the documents positioned visibly on the kitchen table. His recognition of the paperwork's likely content suggested intelligence gathering had indeed been thorough before this meeting. "You've anticipated the nature of my visit," Anthony observed, gesturing toward the documented records, "though perhaps not its actual purpose." "Professional habit," Raymond responded, remaining standing while indicating Anthony could sit if he preferred. Documentation provided contextual support for operational decisions, retained copies after separation from bishop employment as personal security measure. Standard practice when activities might generate extended consequences. Anthony settled into the offered chair with controlled movements that revealed tension beneath cultivated composure. "My father's encounter with you 8 years ago fundamentally altered our family's trajectory. The physical limitations resulting from that interaction constrained his operational capacity, necessitating adjustments to business model and territorial ambitions." Raymond remained silent, neither denying involvement nor offering justification for actions documented in the records between them. The enforcement operation against Michael Reno had been conducted according to established protocols, warning provided, boundaries clarified, consequences administered with proportional response to resistance encountered. Unlike many such interventions, Raymond had deliberately employed non-lethal methods, despite authorization for terminal resolution. Recognizing organizational interests were served through future compliance rather than elimination. "I've spent considerable effort researching that interaction since returning to New Reno," Anthony continued, studying Raymond with analytical intensity that suggested academic methodology applied to personal investigation. "Interviewed witnesses, reviewed medical documentation, examined territory distribution patterns before and after. The conclusion differs significantly from the narrative I had constructed during my father's lifetime. This approach suggested complexity beyond revenge motivation, aligning with Calvin's assessment of methodical information gathering rather than emotional response." Raymond maintained neutral expression, allowing Anthony to progress through his prepared communication without interruption or defensive response. "My father characterized you as a mindless enforcer, implementing bishop family brutality without restraint or consideration," Anthony stated, with clinical detachment rather than accusatory heat. "The evidence suggests otherwise. You employed minimum force necessary, despite resistance that would have justified lethal response under established parameters. You ensured medical attention, despite organizational directive permitting abandonment following correction, delivery. Most significantly, you documented both authorization and execution, creating accountability record that protected all parties through transparency. The assessment demonstrated perceptiveness beyond Anthony's years, recognizing nuance within operations typically viewed through simplistic understanding of wasteland justice. Raymond acknowledged the observation with slight inclination of his head, neither claiming virtue nor rejecting accurate characterization of his professional approach during enforcement career. My father's operation exceeded established boundaries, Anthony continued, surprising Raymond with his forthright acknowledgement. His expansion into right territory without negotiated agreement violated fundamental principles of New Reno's stability mechanisms. The correction, while personally devastating to him, represented predictable consequence rather than arbitrary punishment. This perspective suggested maturity Raymond hadn't anticipated, particularly from someone whose introduction to New Reno's operational realities had come through family members' painful experience. "Why are you here?" he asked finally, directness appropriate given Anthony's demonstrated capacity for substantive discussion rather than emotional confrontation. Anthony leaned forward slightly, entering the central purpose of his unexpected visit. New Reno is approaching transitional inflection point. The equilibrium between families is destabilizing, with right consolidation threatening operational independence for smaller enterprises. I'm building coalition of independent operators seeking third option pathway, neither subordination to expanding right authority nor futile resistance against inevitable consolidation. The scenario matched Calvin's assessment of developing power dynamics, though with additional dimensions suggesting Anthony's ambition extended beyond simple assumption of his father's previous operations. Raymond remained silent, recognizing additional information would follow this contextual foundation. Success requires credibility established through demonstrated capability rather than merely inherited position, Anthony explained. My father's reputation, while significant within limited operational sphere, carries negative association with failure to navigate family boundaries effectively. Redefining that perception requires visible connection to figures recognized for operational excellence and strategic discipline. Understanding dawned as Anthony's actual purpose became clear. You're not seeking revenge, you're requesting endorsement. Anthony's slight smile acknowledged the accurate assessment. Not formal partnership. I recognize your separation from New Reno operations represents genuine transition rather than temporary withdrawal, but acknowledge connection to your operational legacy would transfer credibility that would otherwise require years to establish independently. The request demonstrated sophisticated understanding of New Reno's reputation dynamics, where perceived relationships often carried greater influence than formal agreements. By seeking visible association with Raymond's established reputation for disciplined effectiveness, Anthony hoped to accelerate acceptance of his leadership without enduring extended proving period typically required for new operators. My current existence is deliberately separated from those operations, Raymond responded, neither immediately rejecting nor accepting the unexpected proposal. Endorsement would create connection, contradicting that separation. Limited engagement, Anthony clarified immediately. Single meeting at neutral location with key independent operators. Your presence communicating recognition of legitimate succession rather than endorsement of specific operational directions. No ongoing involvement in New Reno activities or responsibilities beyond that singular appearance. The proposal demonstrated careful consideration of Raymond's likely concerns, offering minimum reconnection that might serve Anthony's purposes without fundamentally disrupting Raymond's established life. The thoughtfulness itself suggested operational intelligence that might warrant support, particularly given apparent commitment to maintaining independent options within an increasingly consolidated landscape. "Why should this matter to me?" Raymond asked, the question genuine rather than dismissive. "My interests no longer align with New Reno's internal dynamics." Anthony considered his response with appropriate seriousness, recognizing the legitimacy of Raymond's question rather than assuming automatic interest in former operational territory. Regional stability affects outlying settlements through multiple channels: trade route security, resource availability, refugee population management. Right consolidation without effective counterbalance would likely reduce operational diversity currently supporting distributed stability. The assessment demonstrated sophisticated understanding of regional dynamics beyond immediate power considerations. Raymond recognized truth in the analysis. His chosen existence, while separated from direct New Reno involvement, remained connected to broader regional conditions through practical dependencies. Significant destabilization would eventually impact even his relatively self-sufficient homestead through ripple effects across interconnected communities. "Single appearance," Raymond stated after measured consideration. "No ongoing commitment or operational involvement. Neutral location with defined parameters and limited duration." Anthony nodded, satisfaction visible though controlled in his expression. "Acceptable terms. The Silver Pearl next Thursday evening. Maria Vasquez has agreed to host neutral gathering of independent operators considering cooperative framework. Your appearance would be scheduled for a specific time frame without expectation of extended participation." The mention of Maria's involvement shifted Raymond's perspective slightly, personal connection adding dimension beyond purely strategic consideration. If Maria had agreed to host such gathering, she likely recognized legitimate purpose beyond power consolidation or personal ambition. Her judgment had proven reliable during their previous association, identifying authentic value beneath surface presentation when assessing complex situations. "I'll consider it," Raymond stated, neither committing nor rejecting the proposal outright. "Decision requires reflection beyond immediate discussion." Anthony accepted this response with professional grace, recognizing the consideration itself represented significant progress, given Raymond's established separation from New Reno affairs. He rose from his seat with controlled movement that maintained respectful acknowledgement of their relative positions, despite his clearly defined objective. "I appreciate your willingness to hear my proposal," he said as Raymond accompanied him to the door. "Whatever your decision, I respect the transition you've made. Few manage to redefine themselves so completely after establishing significant reputation within New Reno's operational environment." This acknowledgement of Raymond's successful transformation suggested perception beyond typical wasteland opportunism, recognizing personal achievement distinct from potential strategic advantage. As they reached the door, Anthony hesitated briefly before adding, "Final observation. My father never acknowledged the mercy in your intervention. His pride prevented recognition that your restraint preserved opportunity that would have been eliminated through authorized termination. I lack that limitation. I recognize the disciplined judgment that differentiated your enforcement approach from typical wasteland brutality." With this unexpected expression of personal perspective beyond strategic calculation, Anthony departed, returning to his security detail with composed efficiency that reflected professional operation rather than emotional engagement. Raymond watched their departure with thoughtful attention, the vehicles maintaining disciplined formation as they navigated back toward the main road connecting to New Reno. The remainder of the day passed in routine activities that provided space for considering Anthony's unexpected proposal. Raymond continued garden maintenance, equipment repairs, and preservation preparation, with the focused attention that characterized his approach to all responsibility. The physical work provided foundation for deeper reflection on implications beyond immediate request. Potential consequences of limited re-engagement with New Reno's operational environment after years of deliberate separation. As evening approached, Raymond completed his regular tasks before settling on the small covered porch that offered views across his property toward the distant lights of New Reno. Invisible as subtle glow against the horizon rather than individual illumination, the perspective itself represented his current relationship with the city, aware of its presence without direct engagement, influenced by its existence without surrendering to its immediate dynamics. The decision regarding Anthony's proposal crystallized gradually through quiet contemplation rather than dramatic revelation. Raymond recognized legitimate purpose beyond personal ambition in the younger man's analysis of regional stability requirements. The limited nature of requested engagement maintained boundary between past and present, while acknowledging legitimate connections that couldn't be completely severed through geographical distance alone. Most significantly, Maria's involvement suggested authentic value within the proposed gathering. Her transition from survival operation to legitimate business paralleled his own journey toward existence, defined by creation rather than enforcement. If she recognized constructive potential in Anthony's coalition building, her assessment carried weight beyond strategic calculation or emotional response. When Calvin arrived 3 days later, timing suggesting anticipated follow-up rather than coincidental visit, Raymond had reached a conclusion based on balanced consideration rather than reactive impulse. Their conversation unfolded with familiar rhythm, general updates preceding more specific discussion of Anthony's unexpected appearance and proposal. "I'll attend," Raymond stated simply, when their conversation reached the central question. Single appearance, defined parameters, neutral location, no ongoing commitment beyond that limited engagement. Calvin nodded, neither celebrating successful outcome nor questioning decision process. "Maria will be pleased. She's invested considerable effort in establishing neutral ground for independent operators, seeking stability without subordination to family consolidation." The mention of Maria's involvement confirmed Raymond's assessment of her significant role beyond merely providing venue. "Her transition has been successful?" he inquired, personal interest transcending strategic consideration. "Remarkably so," Calvin confirmed. "The Silver Pearl has established reputation for legitimate entertainment and gathering space rather than exploitation operation. She's employed her understanding of New Reno's complexities while creating something that exists beyond its traditional limitations." This description paralleled Raymond's own journey, utilizing skills developed within New Reno's demanding environment, while creating existence not defined by its conventional constraints. The similarity reinforced his decision to participate in the gathering, recognizing shared purpose beyond specific operational objectives. As sunset painted the landscape in deepening amber hues, the two men continued their conversation with the comfortable familiarity of long association transcending organizational connection. Their discussion expanded beyond immediate circumstances to broader consideration of potential futures, for New Reno's evolving power structures, for regional settlements developing beyond wasteland survival patterns, for individuals seeking meaning beyond immediate necessity. Raymond's decision to participate in the gathering represented neither return to previous identity nor abandonment of hard-won transformation. Instead, it acknowledged the complex reality that complete separation remained impossible within interconnected regional community. His chosen existence, focused on cultivation rather than enforcement, maintained primary definition while allowing limited engagement with broader context that inevitably influenced even the most independent life. As evening deepened toward night, the distant glow of New Reno's illumination strengthened against darkening horizon, artificial brilliance contrasting with natural starlight emerging in the clear sky above. Between these different forms of light, Raymond's homestead represented third alternative, neither surrendering to wasteland darkness nor embracing artificial intensity, instead finding balanced existence between extremes. The scheduled gathering at the Silver Pearl still awaited, with potential to influence regional stability through coalition beyond traditional family structures. Raymond's limited participation would contribute perspective shaped by experience, yet removed from immediate competition, valuable precisely because it originated beyond current operational dynamics, while understanding their fundamental patterns. His garden would remain primary focus, plants requiring consistent attention regardless of human organizational complexities. The contrast between immediate cultivation responsibilities and broader regional considerations reflected fundamental balance he had established in post-enforcement life. The limited engagement with New Reno's evolving dynamics need not disrupt that balance when approached with the same disciplined assessment that had characterized his professional methodology throughout both enforcement career and subsequent transformation. As full darkness settled across the landscape, Raymond's homestead represented quiet testimony to possibility beyond violence. Transformation achieved through consistent effort rather than dramatic declaration. The peaceful existence he had built would continue its gradual evolution, strengthened rather than diminished by conscious decision to engage selectively with broader community beyond immediate boundaries. While Raymond contemplated his measured return to New Reno for the gathering at the Silver Pearl, elsewhere in the city's shadowed underbelly, different preparations were underway. In a dimly lit back room of the Lucky Dice Casino, a skilled thief studied architectural plans spread across a worn table. Her fingers traced possible entry routes to a secured vault that reportedly held pre-war treasures beyond common imagination. As she memorized security patrol patterns and calculated timing sequences, a knock at the door announced the arrival of her reluctant accomplice, a former rival whose specialized knowledge made him essential despite their complicated history. As our retired enforcer finds peace in his balanced existence, our next tale beckons from the high-stakes world of New Reno's master thieves. Join us for the midnight. The last remnants of twilight faded from New Reno's sky as Vanessa Clark studied the architectural plans spread across the worn table in her modest apartment. Soft lamplight cast a warm glow over the detailed drawings, blueprints of the Platinum Lounge, the most exclusive casino in New Reno, known for its pre-war opulence and strict admission policies that catered only to the city's elite. Her fingers traced possible entry routes with practiced precision, muscle memory from years of planning similar operations guiding her touch across the faded paper. Unlike the gaudy neon that defined most of New Reno's entertainment venues, Vanessa's living space reflected understated practicality. Functional furniture arranged for efficiency rather than display, walls adorned with detailed maps of the city's various districts, shelves holding books on diverse subjects, from pre-war engineering to regional history. The room's only indulgence was a small collection of preserved pre-war photographs, showing architectural marvels from before the bombs fell, remnants of a world whose craftsmanship she admired, even as she exploited its deteriorating security. At 36, Vanessa had established herself as New Reno's premier acquisition specialist, the term she preferred to thief, with its crude implications of smash-and-grab opportunism. Her reputation rested on meticulous planning, flawless execution, and absolute discretion, qualities that had earned her the respect of discerning clients who required special items obtained without traceable connections. Unlike the chaotic raiders who occasionally targeted caravans outside the city, Vanessa operated with surgical precision, often acquiring specific items without the owners realizing anything was missing until days or weeks later. A soft knock at her door interrupted her concentration. 3 gentle taps followed by a pause, then 2 more. The pattern identified her expected visitor as effectively as a name, security protocols ingrained through years of operating in a city where trust remained valuable currency. She covered the architectural plans with a casual newspaper before moving to the door, checking the peephole with habitual caution before disengaging multiple locks. Thomas Mercer entered with characteristic efficiency, his lean frame moving through the doorway with minimal wasted motion. Despite being only a few years younger than Vanessa, Thomas projected perpetual youthfulness through animated expressions and restless energy that contrasted with her measured composure. His attire suggested successful integration into New Reno's commercial sector. Quality clothing without ostentatious display, the subtle uniform of those who moved through legitimate business circles without drawing unnecessary attention. "You're actually on time," Vanessa observed, the slight arch of her eyebrow conveying surprise without explicit criticism. "That's concerning. Are you feeling well?" Thomas offered a crooked smile as he claimed the apartment's most comfortable chair without waiting for invitation. "Professional courtesy. You mentioned this operation has unusual parameters, which suggests complexity beyond our standard arrangements. Seemed appropriate to demonstrate proper commitment. Their history stretched back nearly a decade, beginning as rivals, competing for similar contracts before evolving into occasional collaborators when specific operations required complementary skills. Thomas specialized in electronic security systems, the rare technological expert who understood both pre-war design principles and post-war adaptations, improvised throughout the wasteland. His knowledge complemented Vanessa's expertise in physical security measures and spatial navigation, creating a partnership that had successfully accessed some of New Reno's most protected locations. Vanessa returned to the table, removing the newspaper to reveal the architectural plans that had occupied her attention. "The Platinum Lounge," she stated without preamble, specifically their secure storage vault beneath the main casino floor. According to reliable information, they're currently holding an item of exceptional historical significance. A complete, functional Pip-Boy 2000 with intact memory modules containing pre-war military access codes. Thomas whistled softly, genuine impressment replacing his typically casual demeanor. "That's considerably more significant than your usual artwork acquisition or document retrieval. Military-grade technology with intact data structures would interest some very powerful collectors beyond standard New Reno circles." "Exactly why the parameters differ from previous operations," Vanessa confirmed, appreciating his immediate grasp of implications. "The client wishes to remain anonymous, even by our usual protected standards. Payment has already been deposited in a secure account, accessible upon confirmed retrieval. The timeline is unusually compressed. The window for acquisition closes in precisely 48 hours when the item transfers to a private collector arriving from NC. This information transformed their standard planning dynamics. introducing constraints that would require adjustment to established methodologies. Thomas moved closer to examine the architectural plans, professional focus overriding casual posturing as he assessed technical considerations. The Platinum uses a dual security system, he noted, fingers tracing specific notations on the blueprint. Visible measures include standard guard rotation, camera monitoring, and alarm triggers on all primary access points. Less obvious is their environmental control system, originally designed to maintain optimal humidity for their pre-war art collection, now modified to serve security functions through motion detection and atmospheric pressure monitoring. Vanessa nodded, having reached similar conclusions through her preliminary assessment. Primary vault access requires both physical key and electronic authentication, with rotating codes changed every 12 hours. Guard schedule indicates minimal staffing between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock IAM, with highest concentration during evening peak hours, when wealthy patrons are most likely to access private safe deposit services. Their collaborative analysis continued with professional efficiency, each contributing specialized knowledge while developing comprehensive operational approach. Unlike the chaotic energy that characterized many wasteland enterprises, their planning proceeded with methodical thoroughness. Each potential variable identified, contingency measures developed, timing sequences calculated to minimize exposure during critical phases. The maintenance access through the original ventilation system provides optimal approach, Vanessa determined after considering various options. Dimensions are sufficient for navigation without equipment snagging, and the route bypasses primary alarm zones while providing direct access to the security corridor adjacent to the vault. Thomas studied the indicated pathway with professional assessment rather than immediate agreement. Feasible, but requires precise timing to avoid detection during guard rotation. The electronic lock on the maintenance access panel uses a sequential authentication protocol, more sophisticated than typical New Reno security, suggesting external consultation during installation. This observation highlighted the operation's exceptional nature. The Platinum's security exceeded standard measures found throughout New Reno, reflecting the value of items secured within their vault. The challenge appealed to both specialists' professional pride, presenting opportunity to demonstrate skills against worthy opposition, rather than merely exploiting substandard protections common throughout the wasteland. As evening deepened outside the apartment's windows, their planning transitioned from general approach to specific implementation details. Thomas would need to acquire certain electronic components for bypassing security systems, while Vanessa required precise information about guard personnel and rotation schedules. They established coordination protocols, communication methods for various scenarios, and extraction routes for different contingencies. There's another complication worth noting, Thomas mentioned as their planning reached natural conclusion. The Platinum recently hired Sebastian Reynolds, a security consultant, former NCR military with specialized training in asset protection. His methodology emphasizes unpredictable pattern variations rather than fixed routines, making standard observation less reliable for operational planning. Vanessa absorbed this information with the professional adjustment typical of her approach, recognizing additional complexity without emotional response that might cloud analytical assessment. That explains certain modifications visible in the updated blueprints. His influence suggests heightened awareness throughout their security structure, requiring additional precaution during execution phase. With planning completed to their professional standards, the conversation shifted to personal updates, a traditional transition that had developed through years of collaboration. Despite their primarily professional relationship, mutual respect had gradually evolved into something resembling friendship. though neither would have used that precise term to describe their connection. Thomas shared information about recent technological discoveries from a salvage operation near what had once been Lake Tahoe, pre-war research equipment with potential applications beyond current wasteland capabilities. Vanessa described architectural observations from her recent exploration of abandoned buildings in New Reno's northern district, where structural design elements revealed historical information not documented in surviving records. This exchange represented more than casual conversation. Both recognized the value of shared knowledge beyond immediate operational requirements. In New Reno's fragmented social landscape, where family affiliations and business alliances created artificial boundaries, their relationship maintained independence from traditional structures while acknowledging mutual benefit through selective collaboration. I should verify equipment availability before supply vendors close for the evening, Thomas noted eventually, professional responsibility reasserting itself after their brief conversational interlude. Preliminary acquisition tomorrow morning, followed by afternoon testing to ensure compatibility with the Platinum-specific system. Vanessa acknowledged this timeline with a slight nod, already mentally adjusting her own preparation schedule to complement his activities. I'll complete environmental assessment tonight. Pedestrian patterns around secondary entrances, timing verification for maintenance personnel, observation of exterior security positioning, final coordination tomorrow evening, with execution at optimal window near 3:15. They parted with the comfortable efficiency of experienced collaborators, minimal farewell gestures, no unnecessary conversation, mutual understanding that each would fulfill their responsibilities with professional thoroughness. The operation's complexity warranted exceptional preparation, but the challenge itself provided motivation beyond mere compensation. Accessing the Platinum's secure vault represented professional achievement that few wasteland specialists could accomplish, regardless of available resources or determination. After Thomas departed, Vanessa changed into attire more suitable for evening reconnaissance. Dark clothing without distinctive features, practical footwear designed for silent movement, minimal equipment selected for specific observational requirements. Her transformation from planning specialist to field operative happened with practiced efficiency, each movement reflecting years of experience navigating New Reno's complex urban environment. The city presented a different character after darkness fully claimed the sky, neon illumination creating islands of brilliant color amid shadows that concealed more than they revealed. Unlike daytime New Reno, where family representatives and security personnel maintained visible presence throughout commercial districts, nighttime operations shifted toward entertainment venues and the particular activities that flourished under darkness. Vanessa moved through this environment with the confident anonymity of someone who belonged everywhere while claiming no specific territory. Her path toward the Platinum took indirect approach, casual observation from multiple angles, timed pauses that allowed documentation of security patterns without creating suspicious positioning, periodic direction changes that prevented tracking by even attentive observers. The Platinum Lounge occupied prime location on New Reno's main thoroughfare, its architecture reflecting pre-war luxury rather than post-apocalyptic adaptation. Unlike many structures that had been repeatedly modified according to changing ownership or functional requirements, the Platinum maintained original design elements with minimal alteration. Marble facade illuminated by tasteful lighting rather than garish neon. Entrance flanked by actual potted plants maintained through careful cultivation. Doorway guarded by security personnel wearing tailored suits rather than salvaged armor. From comfortable observation position in a cafe across the street, Vanessa documented security rotations with meticulous attention to timing variations and personnel patterns. Her mental notes recorded subtle details beyond obvious guard positioning, communication methods between security team members, response procedures when guests required assistance, positioning adjustments during staff shift changes. Most valuable were observations regarding maintenance personnel, the essential but often overlooked individuals who ensured continuous operation of complex systems critical to the Platinum's functionality. Unlike security personnel trained to maintain visible presence, maintenance staff moved with intentional unobtrusiveness, accessing restricted areas through secondary pathways while remaining essentially invisible to typical guests. After sufficient exterior observation, Vanessa transitioned to more direct assessment, entering the Platinum as typical guest rather than surveillance operative. Her appearance underwent subtle transformation before approach, clothing adjusted to suggest moderate prosperity without excessive display. Posture shifted toward confident engagement rather than observational detachment. Expression calibrated to communicate appreciation for an exclusive venue without appearing overly impressed. The Platinum's interior justified its reputation for preserved pre-war elegance amid wasteland deterioration. Original chandelier fixtures had been painstakingly restored to functional condition, their crystal elements casting prismatic patterns across gaming areas below. Carpet maintained actual pattern rather than merely covering concrete, its pile depth suggesting genuine comfort rather than superficial appearance. Furniture throughout showed authentic pre-war construction, wood components with proper joinery rather than scavenged materials assembled through expediency. Vanessa navigated this environment with practiced social engineering, occasional interaction with staff providing cover for observational pauses, measured participation in gaming activities establishing legitimate presence while facilitating extended stay duration. Her attention remained focused on security elements, despite casual appearance, camera positioning, staff movement patterns, access point monitoring procedures. Most significant was verification of the maintenance corridor location identified during blueprint analysis. Discrete observation confirmed active usage by staff members carrying equipment consistent with environmental system maintenance. Timing patterns suggesting scheduled activities rather than response to specific issues, duration indicating routine procedure rather than complex repair operation. Having confirmed essential elements required for operational planning, Vanessa concluded her reconnaissance with appropriate exit procedure, casual departure following moderate gaming participation, unremarkable interaction with door security, confident walking pace when leaving immediate vicinity. Her return to the apartment followed similarly indirect route, ensuring no connection between observational activities and her residence location. The following day proceeded according to established timeline. Morning communication with Thomas confirming equipment acquisition. Afternoon verification of technical specifications through secure message exchange. Evening final coordination meeting, establishing precise operational parameters. Their professional rhythm maintained comfortable efficiency, developed through previous collaborations, each fulfilling specialized responsibilities while integrating results into comprehensive operational approach. As execution time approached in early morning hours, Vanessa prepared with the focused discipline that characterized her professional methodology. Equipment check followed systematic protocol, tools organized according to anticipated usage sequence, communication devices verified for proper functionality, specialized items secured for silent transport during approach phase, clothing selected for specific operational requirements, material that minimized contact sound when navigating confined spaces, pockets positioned for optimal access without restrictive movement, coloration appropriate for environmental conditions within target location. The rendezvous with Thomas occurred at predetermined locations several blocks from the Platinum, sufficient distance to prevent association, while allowing coordinated approach through different routes. His appearance confirmed similar professional preparation. Equipment bag containing electronic bypass components, communication device synchronized with her own, attire selected for practical operation rather than aesthetic consideration. Their approach to the target location maintained separate paths until final convergence point near maintenance entrance, identified during planning phase. Nighttime New Reno provided ideal operational conditions, sufficient ambient light from various entertainment venues to prevent total darkness while creating shadow areas that facilitated inconspicuous movement between observation points. The maintenance entrance itself presented unassuming appearance, standard service door with appropriate signage indicating restricted access, basic electronic security system rather than elaborate protective measures. This modest presentation reflected typical security approach throughout most facilities. Resources concentrated on protecting designated high-value areas, rather than distributed equally across all potential access points. Thomas addressed the electronic security component with practiced efficiency. Diagnostic device connected to control panel through minimally invasive method. Authentication signals analyzed to determine appropriate bypass approach. Custom interface established to simulate authorized access without triggering alert protocols. The process demonstrated technical expertise developed through years of specialized experience, understanding both theoretical principles and practical implementation methods relevant to specific security system design. Access achieved. They transitioned inside with coordinated movement, reflecting previous operational collaboration. Vanessa establishing forward security position, while Thomas secured entrance against detection, both maintaining communication through subtle hand signals rather than potentially detectable verbal exchange. The maintenance corridor presented expected configuration, utilitarian construction optimized for functional access rather than aesthetic consideration. Lighting reduced to minimum required for staff navigation. Temperature controlled to support mechanical equipment rather than human comfort. Their progress through this environment followed predetermined route identified during planning phase. Movement timed between security camera sweeps, pauses coordinated with guard rotation schedule, pace adjusted to minimize sound production while maintaining efficient advancement toward primary objective. Unlike dramatic infiltration portrayed in pre-war entertainment, their methodology emphasized measured progression with continuous risk assessment rather than reckless speed. The approach to the vault area required navigation through increasingly restricted zones, security measures becoming progressively more sophisticated as they neared high-value storage location. Thomas addressed electronic challenges with appropriate technical solutions, while Vanessa managed physical security considerations, complementary skills, creating effective operational capability beyond individual capacity. When they reached the final security corridor leading directly to the vault entrance, timing became increasingly critical. Guard rotation schedule indicated 7-minute window between surveillance passes, sufficient duration for vault access if technical bypass proceeded without complication, but minimal margin for unexpected contingencies. Thomas immediately began addressing the electronic security component, while Vanessa maintained vigilant observation on approach vectors that might introduce security personnel outside scheduled rotation. Interesting implementation, Thomas murmured as he connected diagnostic equipment to the vault's control panel. They've modified standard protocols with custom authentication sequence, more sophisticated than typical new Reno security. Definitely reflects external consultation during installation. Vanessa acknowledged this observation with slight nod, while maintaining primary focus on security monitoring. The operational environment remained stable, no indication of detection or schedule deviation that might compromise their timeline. Thomas continued technical bypass procedures with focused efficiency, his movements demonstrating practiced precision rather than hurried manipulation. Authentication sequence identified, he reported after several minutes of concentrated analysis. Initiating bypass procedure with simulated credentials. System should register authorized access without triggering verification protocols. The control panel responded with subtle electronic acknowledgement. Status indicators transitioning from secured configuration to temporary access authorization without activating alarm response. The mechanical components disengaged with barely audible mechanism movement, allowing access to the primary vault without violence that might create detectable disturbance. Inside, the vault presented organized storage rather than haphazard accumulation. Valuable items arranged in clearly marked sections with appropriate environmental protection. Unlike typical wasteland hoarding characterized by quantity over quality, the Platinum's collection demonstrated curated preservation, each item selected for specific historical or technological significance, rather than merely accumulated as wealth. Demonstration. Security case in northeast quadrant, Vanessa noted, identifying their specific target amid organized collection. Independent power supply separated from main security grid for additional protection. The indicated case contained what appeared to be standard Pip-Boy device, the personal computing equipment developed before the war for military and select civilian applications. Unlike most examples encountered throughout the wasteland, this unit maintained pristine condition. Interface components showing minimal wear, display screen intact without typical radiation damage, attachment mechanism still featuring original manufacturing specifications rather than wasteland repair adaptations. Thomas addressed the case's independent security system, while Vanessa maintained operational security, continuously monitoring approach vectors while calculating remaining time within their established window. The specialized case yielded to appropriate technical measures without triggering protection responses, allowing careful removal of the valuable technology with proper handling procedures to prevent damage during extraction. With primary objectives secured, their exit followed predetermined route optimized for efficient departure rather than the more circuitous approach path. Timing remained aligned with established security patterns, movement coordinated between surveillance cycles, pace adjusted to maintain silence without sacrificing necessary progress toward extraction point. Their departure through the maintenance entrance proceeded without detection. Security systems returned to normal operational status, physical components restored to original configuration. Evidence of their passage eliminated through careful attention to environmental details. Unlike less professional operations that created obvious indicators of unauthorized access, their methodology emphasized preservation of normal appearance to extend discovery timeline beyond immediate detection. Outside, they separated according to established protocol. Different departure routes preventing connection between individuals observed near the Platinum. Communication restricted until reaching designated coordination point beyond reasonable surveillance radius. The extracted Pip-Boy remained with Vanessa during this phase, secure within specialized transport container designed to prevent damage from movement or environmental exposure. Their rendezvous occurred at predetermined location, a small trading establishment that maintained 24-hour operation, serving night shift workers throughout New Reno's entertainment district. The public setting provided better operational security than isolated location for brief meeting, surrounding activity creating noise coverage for subdued conversation, while multiple exit options remained available if necessary. Successful extraction without detection, Vanessa confirmed as they claimed seats in quiet corner location. Target secured with original specifications intact. No apparent damage during transport phase. Thomas nodded, professional acknowledgement, satisfaction evident beneath composed exterior. Security systems restored to normal operational parameters. Bypass methods implemented without traceable signatures. Discovery timeline should extend beyond our operational concerns unless unexpected inventory verification occurs outside standard schedule. This assessment completed their immediate professional responsibilities. Extraction accomplished according to client specifications. Operational security maintained throughout execution phase. Detection probability minimized through appropriate methodology. The conversation transitioned toward transfer planning. Intermediary contact procedures, verification protocols for successful delivery. Compensation distribution according to their established arrangement. As pre-dawn light began softening the eastern horizon, they concluded their operational debriefing with characteristic efficiency. Specific responsibilities assigned for remaining transfer components, communication methods established for potential contingencies, professional acknowledgement of successful collaboration without unnecessary elaboration. This concludes our 14th successful collaboration, Thomas noted as they prepared to depart separately. Interesting that our professional assessment has evolved significantly since initial reluctant partnership. Perhaps operational compatibility transcends original competitive orientation. Vanessa acknowledged this observation with subtle expression shift that suggested agreement without explicitly confirming emotional component. Their relationship maintained professional foundation despite developing personal elements. Mutual respect established through demonstrated competence rather than social connection. Trust verified through operational reliability rather than assumed through declared intention. They separated with minimal farewell gestures, each returning to individual residence through indirect routes that prevented tracking or association. The operation had proceeded according to professional standards they both valued: meticulous planning, precise execution, successful outcome without collateral complications that might compromise future opportunities. Later that day, Vanessa completed the transfer process through established intermediary, the valuable Pit-Boy delivered to anonymous client according to contractual specifications, compensation confirmed through secure financial channels, operational details appropriately obscured through confidentiality protocols that protected all participants. With professional responsibilities fulfilled, she permitted herself rare moment of personal satisfaction while reviewing operational components from her apartment. The Platinum security had presented genuine challenge, requiring actual expertise rather than merely exploiting substandard protection measures. Their successful extraction demonstrated professional capabilities beyond typical wasteland operators, confirming specialized status within New Reno's complex ecosystem of service providers. As evening approached, Vanessa began preliminary assessment of potential future operations, reviewing information about valuable items recently arriving in New Reno, evaluating security parameters of various storage locations, considering specialized requirements that might warrant particular approach methodologies. This forward planning characterized her professional discipline, continuous improvement through analytical assessment rather than complacent satisfaction with established capabilities. The Pip-Boy extraction represented single operation within ongoing professional practice rather than defining achievement or culminating event. Each successful completion contributed to reputation development while providing operational experience applicable to future challenges. The meticulous attention that characterized her approach applied equally to assessment and planning as to actual execution. Continuous refinement creating increasingly effective methodology through disciplined application. New Reno continued its eternal cycle around her quiet apartment. Entertainment venues preparing for evening activities. Security personnel establishing scheduled presence throughout commercial districts. Maintenance staff addressing infrastructure requirements with minimal public visibility. Within this complex urban environment, Vanessa maintained particular niche defined by specialized capabilities rather than family affiliation or territorial claim. Professional independence that allowed selective collaboration without permanent obligation. As darkness settled once more across New Reno, city lights illuminated the urban landscape in familiar patterns. Brilliant casino displays attracting visitors, while quieter corners maintained shadowed privacy for activities requiring discretion. Between these contrasting environments existed operational space for specialists like Vanessa and Thomas, professionals navigating complex social ecosystem through expertise rather than violence, contributing specialized services within ecosystem that paradoxically required their skills while officially prohibiting their activities. The contradiction itself represented quintessential New Reno character. City of formally established rules and informally accepted exceptions, where official structures maintained theoretical authority while practical operations followed different parameters entirely. Within this environment, Vanessa had established sustainable practice based on reputation rather than intimidation, reliable service provision rather than territorial dominance. Tomorrow would bring new operational considerations, potential client communications, ongoing assessment of security developments throughout New Reno's continuously evolving landscape. The professional cycle would continue with characteristic discipline. Preparation leading to execution, leading to assessment, leading to refined methodology for future application. For tonight, however, Vanessa allowed herself rare period of unstructured time, reading pre-war architectural texts that detailed construction principles visible throughout New Reno's historical buildings, considering theoretical approaches that might inform future operations, appreciating technical elegance evident in effectively designed systems, regardless of their security implications. This balance between professional discipline and personal curiosity defined her particular approach. Operational effectiveness enhanced through broader understanding rather than merely tactical proficiency. New Reno offered continuous opportunity for both aspects. Professional challenges requiring specialized capabilities, alongside historical context worth understanding beyond immediate practical application. As midnight approached, Vanessa reviewed operational notes one final time before securing documentation in appropriate storage location. Tomorrow would bring new professional considerations, but tonight's successful completion deserved proper acknowledgement. Mission accomplished according to client specifications, without detection or complications that might compromise future operations. In a city defined by family conflict and territorial competition, specialists like Vanessa and Thomas maintained different operational approach. Professional service rather than power acquisition. Expertise application rather than resource accumulation. Their methodology represented an alternative path through New Reno's complex social environment, neither surrendering to established power structures nor opposing them directly. instead navigating between official boundaries while providing services valued despite formal prohibition. This approach had proven sustainable through years of successful operation, allowing professional practice without entanglement in wasteland politics that frequently consumed those seeking more visible position within New Reno's hierarchy. For specialists with appropriate discipline and genuine expertise, the city offered continuous opportunity alongside perpetual challenge, environment that rewarded capability while eliminating mediocrity through natural selection. As Vanessa prepared for rest following successful operation, New Reno continued its endless activity beyond her quiet apartment. Entertainment venues operating at peak capacity, security personnel maintaining vigilant presence, visitors pursuing various experiences available nowhere else in the wasteland. Tomorrow would bring new professional considerations requiring appropriate response. But tonight's successful completion provided satisfaction derived from excellence rather than merely achievement. Professional standard maintained through disciplined approach rather than compromised through expediency. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.